What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of Texas Longhorns football news to dive into. It was a good news, bad news Monday for the Horns. We'll talk about the coaches poll coming out. We'll also talk about the season-ending injury to Andre Kojo. What does that mean for the Horns offensive line here in 2025? We also have the college football impatience index. The clock is ticking on a number of teams in 2025, which fan bases are in a hurry to get things turned around. A little NBA to get into as the San Antonio Spurs have inked one of their cornerstone pieces to a long-term extension. We got some baseball to get into as the Rangers and Astros both picked up W's last night. And Buck, an update on Dildo Gate. That's right. We've got more developments from that WNBA video that went viral last week. So we've got a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your Tuesday with us. How are you doing this morning, my man?
Doing good. Got the sun hitting me right dead. Give me that little bright orange glow this morning. Beautiful sunrise. Nice crisp morning out. Crisp, as I say. Yeah. It'll be hot here in about 2 hours, but it's nice. Everything is good. I got the swelling down in my hand from my spider bite and got some Benadryl, took a couple Benadryl tablets, which made it kind of go away in about 6 hours. Swelling started to go down and so did the itch. So you didn't quite get the best of me yet, Mr. Spider. I'll be out there here this week tearing down all those tomato plants, and I'm going to be looking for you in particular, Spider, and your family.
You going to be rocking gloves this week, or are you
I'm
going back in
gloves.
there?
I got my long pants on, farmer jeans, hey, long shirt, and I'm going in. I'm going in head first.
Well, it doesn't sound like you are. If you were going in head first, you'd be raw dogging Mother Earth again. But it sounds like that spider scared you to the point where you've got to change up your strategy this time.
I'm going in there with a blowtorch too. I'm not going in there just clippers. I'm going in there with fire, and I'm gonna burn that whole spider family out of there. I need that. That's my garden for my lettuce. I can't have the spider family thinking they are taking over my gardens, so that ain't happening.
Yeah.
I'm the king of the garden.
Any spider you see is getting killed, right? You're not going to let any try to scurry away. You're going to go out of your way to make sure you're taking them down.
I thought any good snake is a dead snake. I'm thinking the same thing about spiders now. Now, if I see their little spider webs, I'm getting them all now. That was uncalled for to bite me. I don't go in there. I gave you a nice little home to be. You're gonna have to bite my hand.
Well, you did go in his house, I
did go in his house.
Right. It's not like he came into your place and bit you. You stuck your hand down in his home, and he didn't like that very much.
Yeah, just defending his home, I guess. But payback's a bitch, Spider.
Oh, he's going to learn. Do you remember what this exact one looks like? He has some random mark on his back to where he'll be able to scope him out?
No, that's the thing, because when I went to the pharmacist yesterday, he said, "Did you see the spider itself?" And I said, "No." And he said, these spiders act in different ways. He said that the little bit of poison that they put out, some of them, like those brown recluse spiders, can screw you up pretty good. He said, but there's a lot of spiders that can bite you that still throw out a lot of really weird stuff. And I'm like, thanks, doc. Just tell me what to do. He said, take some Benadryl, you baby. You'll be okay. And I did. So I didn't really, once I got bit, I wasn't going back in there. I just tell. He said, yeah, that's a spider bite, because you could still, once the swelling went down, you could still see the 2 little puncture marks there. And he said, if it was a brown recluse and you did it on Saturday and you're coming to see me on Monday, he said, you would have had lots of problems before now.
You went to the doctor yesterday?
I went to the pharmacist. I didn't go see a real doc. I just asked the pharmacist, do I need to take anything? And he looked at him. He said, yeah, that's probably a little spider bite. He said, yeah, they act in funny ways. He said, some people will get all screwed up. He said, "Are you allergic?" He asked me if I was allergic to like bee stings, scorpion. I'm not allergic to that. So that stuff never bothered me. I've fallen in wasp nests and had them sting me in the face and everything else. So, and I've never really gotten sick from that. I know people that an ant bite, those little red ants, will send them to the hospital. I mean,
Sure.
my goodness, you're in the wrong place for that.
Yeah, no kidding. If you're anywhere in Texas and you're allergic to
Oh,
any sort of bug, I feel like you're in the wrong place.
yeah. I mean, it's like having allergies. This is the wrong state to be having an allergy problem. And you come here and you say, "Well, I've got these allergy problems, and it's terrible." Like, move to the wrong place. They're in the wrong area of the country.
I'm a little surprised you trusted the pharmacist with this. I
I
feel
did.
like not every pharmacist, but I feel like a lot of people who work at pharmacies, especially like Walgreens or CVS, I think those are some of the most miserable people in the world. Like they
I
look
agree.
like they'd rather be anywhere else. They have no interest in helping anybody. They shuffle their feet. They move incredibly slow. Like it's just like, can you at least act like you care about this? I know you probably don't. Probably wanted to be a real doctor somewhere, but can you at least pretend that you care about what's going on at your job, please? Because people kind of need your help.
Yeah, I thought this guy did a really good job yesterday. I mean, he just explained to me, we're, the first thing he said, of course, which I know better, always have gloves. Anybody that's
Yeah.
messing around with anything outside here, you know, and he said, you'd be surprised at the people that run around in their gardens with flip flops on. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Mm.
I said, I was bad enough. I just had sneakers on, and a pair of shorts. I just took one step into a spot and stuck my hand underneath there. He said, no. He said, this is for boots only around here.
Well,
He said, there's all kinds of little things. He said, certain times of the year when these, when it rains and these snakes are coming out and these little baby snake, baby rattlers, baby copperheads. He said, there's as much a poison. They have more poison than some of the big rattlesnakes. And he said, and people just think they're cute. And, I'm like, shit, no snake is cute to me. I don't see cute. I saw a gardener snake in my garden the other day. I didn't think it was cute. I took my stick and flung it. I didn't beat it to death, but I got my stick in between it and I flung that thing so far,
right
but
into
I
the
wasn't going to
neighbor's
kill it,
yard.
sort of.
Yeah.
Over the farm next to me, yeah.
Hey, not your problem anymore. It's the right move.
Yeah, but I'm good. Like he said, take this Benadryl, these 2 tablets. If you're still itching and still swollen, take them every 4 to 6 hours. I took the two of them, and I'm telling you, within about 2 hours, the swelling was starting to go down in my wrist, and I didn't have that itch anymore. So it's all gone today.
So you're telling me your tip for kids in the car line this morning is to use protection?
Yeah, Benadryl is always Benadryl. Benadryl works for a lot of people and a lot of
Well,
things.
I meant the
I don't know
gloves,
about
wrap up, wear pants, wear shoes.
you. Got to wear
Don't go,
pants. I can't believe I stuck my leg in there too.
you can,
And I'm thinking, and I'm thinking my Skechers is going to protect me.
better than wearing flip flops, but
Yeah. Oh no, the flip. I don't get that. I'm not a flip flop guy anyway. I don't get why you'd walk in a garden with flip flops on.
it's a bad bit right there.
That is bad, but you know what? It is all good. I'm feeling good. Ready for a little golf today. Not only going to be 92, 93, not 95. I've only broken that promise one time of playing golf, in 95 or above. It's been a pretty mild summer, to tell the truth, except for
Sure.
that stretch last week. That wasn't so mild. And then I'm learning that the dadgum kids going back to school next week.
Come on, man.
Oh, Bussy's going to be coming up and down here.
Get them back
You
in
know,
there.
I
Parents
told
are
you they're
tired.
coming. Hey,
Yeah.
what happens to the days of go back to school in September?
Yeah,
What is it?
after
Is it
Labor Day,
Labor Day?
right?
Is it Labor Day? Is that the Labor Day? What happened to going after that weekend? That stuff? Do these kids need to be educated, or they just need to get them out of the house?
Oh, kids these days need all the education they can get.
That's what it is.
Some of them I don't think deserve summer. They got to stay in school. They got to learn a little bit more.
We need full-time summer school.
Yeah, we do. That's crazy. Yeah, you were telling me before the show that some kids go back to school next week, and I'm like, it's August 5th. How is that possible? But they're getting them back there early. Teachers got to make some money, and parents got to make some money. Honestly, they got to get
Yeah,
back to work.
they got to get those kids out of the house so they can make some
Hell
money.
yeah, hell yeah.
No doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And as our guy Steven says, next Wednesday in the drip where you are.
Yep.
Also, Hayes ISD starts next Wednesday, the 13th,
Wow.
as well. So, congrats to you, parents, and sorry to you, kids out there. You could tell who makes these decisions these days, right? It ain't the kids who decide when they go back. It's the adults who make the call, and we know what they're looking for. So, good for you people out there.
Yeah, get
All
those
right.
kids out of the house. They've been here. They've been as, and it hadn't been that. The thing about it is, hopefully, those kids are out doing stuff this summer because it's been a nice summer. You know, nice pool
Yeah.
weather where you don't get all burned up and everything else. Last week was the worst of it all. So you've had a nice summer for the kids, and all the ones that got cash in their pockets probably went to Colorado, took the kids on 2 or 3 vacations already. Now
There you
get back
go.
to work, kids.
Get back to work. A little too much rain, but outside of that, yeah, the
Yeah.
temperatures weren't too bad here. So, all right, we've got good news and bad news with Texas football, and this will dominate today's program as we sit 25 days away from kickoff between Texas and Ohio State. Buck, where do you want to begin? Do we start with the good from a Monday? Do we start with the bad from yesterday?
Let's start with the good news.
All right. Well, the good news for the first time in school history, your Texas Longhorns are the preseason #1 team in the coaches poll. That's right. Yesterday, the first iteration of the 2025 USA Today coaches poll was released, and Texas stands alone at the top. The Longhorns received 28 of a possible 67 first place votes. So this thing was far from unanimous, but they had more first place votes than anybody else. They had 8 more than the team that came in second, which, ironically enough, is the team Texas will play in week 1, 25 days from now. That's right. Texas was the preseason #1, and Ohio State came in at #2. So if there wasn't already enough hype surrounding that matchup in the shoe, now you've got 1 versus 2, at least in the eyes of the coaches, coming up here 25 days from now. But how about that, Buck? You think about all the history with Texas football, all of the wins, the national championships, the All-Americans, everything that Longhorn football has stood for a long time. They have never been preseason #1 in a coaches poll until right now.
Yeah, coming off a back-to-back semifinal, games there, this has really been built up, and this is now it's not the culmination because I think this is now what you're gonna see from Texas over, you know, I don't know, hopefully you and I for the remainder of time, that this is what this group is gonna look like. Number 1, number 2 in the top 5 every year. They've just built this and worked this to the point of they've got really unbelievable talent, unbelievable facilities. The NIL deals are nice, and they just everything's together. It's all together. Now they just got to go out and get into a national championship game and win.
Yeah. Look, preseason #1's cool, but you want to be postseason #1, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you wear it with the badge of honor, and I think Texas has earned this ranking. But ultimately, all that really matters at the end of the day is where you are at the end of the year. So if
Yeah,
Texas,
and by
comes
the
up
way, the
short,
Buckeyes won't be very happy that they're behind
right? So
Texas.
we'll see. That the AP poll comes out next Monday, right? So 6 days from now, and that's the one that most people pay attention to until the college football playoff rankings come out starting midway through the season. But all of the TV partners and all of the press, like when they put those numbers on the score bugs, they don't pay attention to the coaches poll. They use what the AP thinks.
Right.
So there's a chance. I don't know. Maybe Ohio State's #1 in the AP poll and Texas is #2. Maybe Texas is #1 in the AP poll as well. Like we'll see what that one looks like. And that one could change a little bit. Again, this year feels pretty wide open. I don't want to say everyone has a chance because that's never the case in college football, but it feels like you can make pretty strong arguments for, I don't know, 6 or 7 teams to make a legitimate run at a national title this coming season. So maybe the AP poll looks a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, this will serve as some motivation, I'm sure, for Ohio State and some motivation for a number of teams across the country who aren't real thrilled with where they're at right now.
Yeah, I'm, when you told me this morning, I mean, Oregon has been in most polls, and now you don't see them in the top 5, and that's gotta bug the hell out of them.
Well,
But
yeah,
I'm
here is we'll screen share it right now for those of
Yep.
you tuned in on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch, and for those of you tuned in on the app, we'll talk this through so you're not missing much. But Texas number 1, we mentioned Ohio State was number 2, Penn State, Georgia, Notre Dame. There's your 3, 4, and 5. Your sleeper team, the Clemson Tigers, coming in at number 6. Can't call them a sleeper when they're that high. Oregon at 7, Bama 8, LSU 9, and then it's all about the U, Miami, rounding out the top 10.
Wow.
So, yeah, any big takeaways? I guess we could look at some of the other teams in the poll before bringing things back to Texas.
Oh,
Any
yeah.
big
Oh, Texas
takeaways?
Tech, you're a good 24th, so you're in there.
Yeah, Texas Tech is in there at number 24. Texas A&M is in there at number 21. You know who's not in there, Buck?
Who's that?
Oh, you.
No, they're not gonna be in there. They're gonna stink it.
Oh,
2 years, they're gonna be
you.
terrible.
This is the first time since 1999 that Oklahoma is not in the preseason coaches poll, Buck.
Man.
The last millennium is the last time OU wasn't a preseason top 25. And look, we'll see what the AP poll says. I think they'll be a borderline team. They did receive some votes from the coaches here, so they were just on the outside looking in. But obviously, they weren't one of the top 25, and you got to go back
Wow.
more than 25 years to find the last time that's been the case.
Wow, OU. Texas Tech is in, and you're not.
Yeah, you got BYU in, you've got Indiana in. Oh my God, that's got to kill Oklahoma. Indiana football is ranked to start a year, and you're not.
Man, oh,
Go blue
man.
blood.
I like that first 5. I think you can remember, I'm not buying the Georgia thing, how they got in there. Good job, Kirby. Way to win those national championships.
Yeah, you said yesterday you're pretty low on Georgia. You don't think the Bulldogs will be a playoff team this year,
I think they're
which
gonna struggle. I know there's some angst in there too. I mean, the folks in Alabama, as you said, you talking about teams that got some angst? Alabama, wow.
yeah, well, this goes to show you. Look, I mean, it's not as cut and dry as the teams that are preseason top 12 should be the 12 teams that make it to the playoff, right? I mean, you don't see any G5 teams in the top 12 of the rankings, and that's just not how this sport works. But yeah, Alabama starting the year at number 8, that leads you to believe that they should be in the mix for a playoff spot this year.
Well, that
LSU.
means that you're talking about their fan base, they're going to be out of their minds if they're not.
Oh my God, yeah. With what Nick Saban was able to do, it felt like he was able to make the playoff every year when there were only 4 teams. And you're talking about Kalen DeBoer coming in here in a 12-team CFP and going 0 for 2 in his
Wow.
first 2 years. Yeah, no, there will be Bama fans, even if the Crimson Tide go 9-3 again, which it's not a bad year. And a lot of teams would kill to beat 9-3, especially in the
A lot of people could
SEC.
keep a job at 9-3.
Oh my God, absolutely. And I don't think Bama would fire DeBoer if they went 9-3, but there would be a lot of folks asking for change if that's what ends up happening this year, especially if they get left out of the playoff at 9-3.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
and
it's
the
a big.
2 of them are right together. The 2 teams that are gonna probably feel a lot of heat are right together, Bama and LSU.
Yeah,
Boy, you talking about feeling the heat in the SEC, those 2 teams right there.
yeah. I think both of those teams are making the playoff this season, but you're right. I mean, it's a big year for the fake BK out in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
He hasn't been bad, but you look at his 3 predecessors, right? Going back to Nick Saban. All 3 of the previous football coaches at LSU won national championships. Saban got his, Les Miles got his, hell, Ed
Les
Ogeron.
Miles got his.
Ed O got his, dude. Ed O won a national championship and then was fired like less than 2 years later. So they expect titles at LSU. And again, 9, 10 wins. I mean, they played for an SEC title game a couple of years ago, and they got pummeled by Georgia. But like Brian Kelly's been kind of knocking on the doorstep, but he hasn't, knocked it down yet. So fans are starting to get a little antsy and squeamish in the boot.
Yeah, they are. Like I said, that's not gonna be fun. This is a this is a pucker up year right away for Kalen DeBoer and at LSU. Kelly's really going to feel it if they slip up. Game one is going to be so important to them.
Mm-hmm.
How about being puckered from game one on?
Yeah, that's a bad place to be. And nowadays you don't have to be puckered from game one
No,
on, because you can lose game one and still accomplish a hell of a lot. But yeah, I mean, with LSU, the fact that they haven't won a season opening game since BC, before
wow,
COVID. Yeah, they end up losing to Clemson in week one on the road. It's obviously not an easy game, but
no,
there will be some PTSD, I think, for the Bayou Bengals, and you'll be wondering, all right, like, what's this thing going to devolve into
yeah. If,
with
and if
another
that
week
thing
one
starts
loss?
tumbling down, if that thing tumbles downhill in game one, look out because my sleeper could end up rolling them at home. If a couple things go wrong for Nussmeier early in that football game, look for Clemson to look for Dabo to really stick it to them.
Yeah, is Clemson your most underrated team in the top 10? You said Georgia's your most overrated team. Who's just keeping it to the top 10, and then we'll
I
get
would
to the
say
rest of the
yes.
poll. Okay.
I would say yeah. They're pretty. That's going to be a really good football team. I mean, when you got a senior leader like they have right now, and you bring those kind of wide receivers back, and they were just good last year. They're gonna be something special this year at Clemson, that wide receiver room.
Yeah.
Plus that defense is pretty good too.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have the best quarterback in college football with Cade Klubnik. I
Yeah,
mean,
I just don't think they have a runner. I don't think they have an outstanding runner. That they always found one guy that's just exceptional. They just over the last 2 years have had okay guys.
yeah, they lost Phil Maffa to the Dallas Cowboys. He was a seventh
Yeah.
round pick by them a couple of months ago. Maffa was their leading rusher with over 1,100 yards last season. They had this guy, Jay Haynes, a freshman who was coming on late, but I think he tore his ACL late in the year. I'd be lying if I told you I knew his status. Like, is he good enough to play week one? Is he good enough to play at all this season? But I know he was looking pretty good down the stretch for the Tigers last
Mhm.
year. But yeah, that's, you lose an 1,100-yard rusher. That's obviously something that you've got to replace. But they've got the quarterback. They've got really, really good young wide receivers. They've got a pretty talented defense, and they also get the benefit of playing in a pretty ass conference, Buck.
Yeah, yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna make people some money with Clemson. I'm gonna make people some money with Illinois. Um, I'm gonna make some
Right.
people some money with Penn State. I think Penn State, when they start playing certain these teams that are just okay in the Big Ten, are going to just maul teams because I don't think you're gonna be able to stop them.
Well, don't forget about Penn State's brutal non-conference schedule: Nevada, FIU, and Villanova in the first 3 weeks of the season. So,
Yeah, those numbers are gonna be too big. When they play teams, when they get to the Indianas and the Minnesotas of the world, when they beat them by 2 and 3 touchdowns, and
yeah,
cover the spread, I think that's where you're gonna make your money with them. Plus, I think they beat Ohio State. I think they beat Oregon at home. I think they're gonna beat Ohio State. I think Penn State's gonna be right in the thick of things.
yeah, there you go. I do too. I mean, I think Penn State. I honestly think Penn State has the best roster in college football this year.
I do too, I
Like,
agree.
I,
They've got the same kind of roster, I think, that Ohio State had last year.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of similarities to last year's Ohio State team and 2 years ago's Michigan team, right? Like, just a veteran laden
Yes.
group in the Big Ten, like, talented quarterback who's played a lot of football, really talented running backs. Both Michigan and Ohio State the last 2 years have had
Yep.
two-headed monsters in the backfield. They both had elite defenses that kind of carried them when they needed to. I mean, Penn State is literally following that blueprint right there.
Yes, they
So,
are.
like, I think if you gave Ryan Day Penn State's roster, Ohio State would win it all, or Penn State would win it all. You know what I mean? I think if you
Sure.
gave Kirby Smart Penn State's roster, that team would win it all. I think if you gave Steve Sarkisian Penn State's roster, like, they would win it all. And look,
I
Sark might
agree.
win it all with Texas's roster, right, this year. But I think Penn State has the most complete top to bottom team in the nation this year. The question is, can James Franklin finally win the big one? I mean,
Yeah, that's
I'm not
true.
100% sold on Drew Aller, but I think he can be around what Will Howard was last year and around what J.J. McCarthy was last year. And nobody would have convinced me that either of those guys were some of the best quarterbacks in the nation. They were just good enough. The question
They had a
is,
lot of experience, yeah.
yeah, the question is, and look, Jim Harbaugh had some of these questions 2 years ago. Ryan Day had a lot of these questions last year. Hell, going into the playoff, people were asking if Ryan Day could win the big one. They obviously answered them. So now James Franklin going into, what is it, year 12, year 13 for him in Happy Valley? Can he finally get over the hump and win some of these marquee matchups?
Yeah, I'd like to know what it is that University of Miami has at the number 10 spot that I'm just missing. I mean, I know they recruit well, they got really good athletes. You know, they're missing their quarterback. They're bringing in a guy with who knows what his arm is like. Who knows? But he's been a leader. But what do they have around that cat? They lost a couple, record-breaking receiver last year. They always have running backs there. They're always going to have some defensive players, but are they really that good? Because I don't buy their coach very much. Like game situations.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's
they play in the ACC.
They do play in the ACC. They don't have to play Clemson during the regular season. They do have some interesting road games, right? They have to go to Dallas to play SMU. They have to go to Blacksburg to play Virginia Tech. That's never an easy place to win. They have to go to Pittsburgh, which I'm not going to pretend that game's hard. They should beat the crap out of
My
Pittsburgh every
last
single
year's
time
sleeper.
they play. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Miami's look, they hit the portal hard. Obviously, Carson Beck is that quarterback you're talking about. He had an up and down year for Georgia, but when he's right, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the sport. So, and in that offense too, like I think that offense tailors to his skill set. I think it tailors to any quarterback more than what Georgia was running last year. So if
That's
Carson
true.
Beck is right, I think he's going to put up better numbers than he did at UGA last season. But yeah, I mean, Mario Cristobal is a question for me. Like that, there's no reason Miami should not have been in the ACC championship last year. They started the season 9-0. They got upset by Georgia Tech and Haynes King. And then in the last game of the year, they got upset by Syracuse at the
Yeah.
Carrier Dome. It's like they were way better than both of those teams. They had the number one pick in Cam Ward. Like they had no business losing either of those games, let alone both. And they did. They missed out on the ACC title game. And then, of course, they missed out on the college football playoff. So Cristobal's another one of those guys. Like, can he win big games as a head coach? He can recruit better than just about anybody in the sport, but
Right.
he also has struggled with winning the big one. So I'm with you with questioning them.
We'll also make some coin on SMU because I think they'll be with that quarterback coming back in his second year, and that head coach does a lot of talking, and he's very confident about that football team. And so when they get to playing some of these average teams, they may steamroll them. That
Yeah.
I like. I still like the ponies, and they're that's a solid football team now. It depends on what they do defensively. They were really good on defense last year.
They were, until that Penn State game in the playoff,
Yes.
but they lost. They
Yeah,
lost a
welcome
lot,
to the
man.
cold weather.
Yeah, right. They were no match for that weather, that
No.
atmosphere, that game,
Uh-uh.
anything. They lost a lot from last year. They do have Kevin Jennings back in year 2, and he's really good. Um, and people really liked him out of high school, and he showed why in college last season. So I like his game, but I don't know. I think SMU takes a step back this year. I see why they're ranked in the top 25. They probably should be, but I think they're losing 3 or 4 games in the regular season this year. Where
Wow.
what they lost? Did they lose a game in the regular? Yeah, they lost to BYU, and then their
Right.
second loss was in the ACC title game to Clemson. So I think they'll be like a 9-3 team this year and not in the playoff. One team that like the more I look at them, the more I think they're overrated here as we continue breaking down the coaches poll. For those of you who are just joining us, by the way, Texas the preseason number 1 for the first time in program history. Dude, I'm selling on Notre Dame this year. I'm not a believer in the Fighting Irish. I think they take a big step back this year. I don't know anything about CJ Carr at quarterback. They lost. Look, I know they have Jeremiah Love back, who is one of the best running backs in the
Yes.
country, but they lost some talent at wide receiver, and they lost a lot off of that defense as well. I
They
think a
lost a lot
lot
of
of
the
things.
defensive line, yeah.
I think a lot of things just broke Notre Dame's way. And I think their schedule this year is a hell of a lot tougher than what it was last year. Now, it's still an independent schedule, and they still don't play the caliber of teams that, an SEC squad would play against. So I'm not saying Notre Dame's going to go 6-6 or anything like that, but I think they've got 3 or 4 losses in them this year. They're
What's that
they're a
early
top
game?
team
Who's
I'm
that
selling
early
on.
game that they play in week who do they play in week 1 or week 2?
Well, their first 2 games are at Miami and then Texas A&M.
Yeah.
So they could lose both of those games, right? They could win them both. And then if they do win both of those, then I'm going to be eating crow like the Monday after that Aggie game saying, all right, no, they're probably not going to lose 3 now. But
No,
it,
they'll win the first game, and then, of course, the Fighting Aggies will come in and get that win.
well, that'd be something. I know you're rooting for them to win that game. Your
Yes, I
favorite
am.
team, Texas A&M, and your least favorite team, Notre Dame. So that'll be one you might be going to that game in South Bend, huh?
That's gonna, you know what? That's a pretty good game to try to get to. That's something.
Yeah, it's a fun place to watch a football game.
Yes, it
Uh,
is.
you know, when I went to watch Texas play there, things did not go very well for Texas, but still a fun atmosphere. You could kind of feel the history when you were hanging out with Touchdown Moses and company up there.
Yeah, that locker room was a piece of crap.
Oh yeah, no, it still looks old. I mean, I didn't see the locker room, but like the
It's
stadium
a
itself
dump.
still looks pretty dumpy. And I can't remember. I can't remember if they had a video board when I went.
It was just the vibe of being there that did it.
And I was sitting high enough in the upper deck to where I could see touchdown Jesus just staring me down the entire game. So like I look down, I'm watching my team get its ass kicked 38-3, and then I look up and I'm getting laughed at by touchdown Jesus on the other side. That was tough.
Got his arms up going, touchdown, Notre
Yeah,
Dame.
yeah, I think he was signaling touchdown by the end of the game. It
My
was a lot of
goodness.
those for them and not a lot of those for Texas this year. Couple more Texas Nuggets in this schedule. The Longhorns will play 4 teams that are currently ranked in this preseason top 25. They have at number 2, Ohio State in week 1, at number 4, Georgia. Florida came in at number 17, so Texas will obviously play at 17th ranked Florida to open up the SEC. I think I mentioned it earlier, Texas A&M at number 21. So there are 9 total teams ranked in the SEC, including Texas. Texas will play 4 of the other 8, and 3 of them will be away from Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I truly loved game one. I mean, what a way to start the season. As you said, it's you're still, if you lose game one, you're still so much in it because of what conference you're in and who you are. I just love that to start. I mean, you get the defending national champs at their place. They've had to reload. You've got a quarterback and everybody's been waiting, not just the people of Texas, but everybody's been waiting to see this kid become a starter and see what they got. And you've got a really good defense.
Yeah,
You got
I'll
a
love it if they win. I'll hate it if they lose.
I will really hate it if they lose.
But last year, like that Michigan game last year was so much fun, right? I
Oh
know
my
that was week
goodness.
2 versus week 1, but you're going on the road, facing a historic program in a
And
historic
you set the
venue.
tone so early.
Yeah, and that I think most Texas fans felt really good about that game, right? Because Michigan lost so much from 2023 to 2024, and they lost their coach, and we found out they were cheating, and it's like, okay, well, they're not going to be cheating this year. I mean, they lost basically their entire team, and Texas was favored to go on the road and win that game, and Texas took care of business pretty easily. That was fun. That was a ton of fun to start your season with a win on the road against a blue blood, and you can brag about beating the defending national champs. So if you get to do that again, and I think
Yes.
2025 Ohio State's going to be worlds better than 2024 Michigan, then yeah, I mean you get to brag about that. That's a fun way to start the year. But if you lose that one, it's gonna sting. Not only for this year, but it's also you got to face the fact that you've lost to Ohio State 2 times in a 7.5 month span, and that's not fun
I
for
like it. I'd rather be
anyone.
playing them now than playing them in game 3 or 4, letting them gather their momentum too, because they've got a lot to replace. I know they got a lot of good players, but they got a bunch to replace themselves. I don't think their defense is gonna be as good.
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, they still have
No.
some stars on that side of the football, including Caleb Downs, who's the best defensive
Yeah.
player in the sport. But I mean, they had 15 guys drafted. Everyone's talking about, oh, can Texas overcome the 12 guys they lost to the NFL draft? Well, Ohio State lost 3 more, and they lost both of their coordinators from a year
Right.
ago. So you're right. I mean, that's that's the sort of saving grace, right? I know a lot of coaches and hell, a lot of fans are worried about playing a team like this in week 1. But the good news for Texas is, yeah, you're breaking in a lot and you've got some questions on your side, but they've got more on their side.
Yes, yes, they do.
So you want to get them as early as you possibly can to give them the least amount of time to find answers. And
Unless you're
that's
going
the
to try
good
to scare
news.
me with that running back guy's name. What's his name? We the People?
James Peoples,
Oh, the Peoples.
we the peoples, man of the peoples.
Yeah, that kind of bothers me a little bit.
Well, he's good. CJ Donaldson. I mean, it's Ohio State. Like they could lose, they could have lost 22 guys to the NFL draft
I
last
know.
year, and I'd still think they'd be really good this year. That's just who they are under Ryan Day. Hell, that's who they've been forever under insert coach here.
You're
So
right.
that's where Texas is, I think, right now. It's like Georgia does this every year, Ohio State does this every year. Nick Saban's Alabama did this every year. Like they lose double-digit guys to the league, and then they're basically in the exact same spot next year. They don't rebuild, they reload. So Texas did
Absolutely.
that from 23 to 24. I feel like people, no one listening to this show, and no Texas fan, I think, forgets this, but I think people around the country, maybe it's because Texas was in the Big 12 2 years ago and no one was paying attention to that conference, or maybe it's just people hate Texas. I don't know. But like the Longhorns had 11 players drafted 2 years ago. They went into a tougher conference and had a better year last year. So all these people who are like, oh, I don't know if Texas can withstand these losses. I mean, look, I get it. It's not going to happen every year. You're going to have down years. But it feels like a lot of the country is just completely neglecting the fact that Texas just did this in 2024.
You're right.
So I don't know. Maybe
I'm probably one of them with the extra loss that I have in there. Can they do
yeah,
it 3 years in a row? I mean, that's just what I'm saying. And plus, as good as the quarterback I believe is going to be, there are going to be some growing pains. Just
if
has
you're
to be
pick,
because it's just hard to
yeah,
replace those. In my mind, it's not the defense. It's hard to replace the kind of receiving group that they've had over the last 2 years. That group is outstanding, just ridiculous, including the tight end. I mean, that group was special. I mean,
mhm.
Ohio State's got a group of receivers, but who's doing the throwing to? I mean, I know they're gonna have to find their guy. They're practicing trying to find the right guy, and the guy who's behind that guy. Because if he's not the guy who's behind him has to be the guy. So
I,
Texas knows who their guy is, which is great.
look, I'll say like 5 of the top 6 receivers for Texas last year did not have a catch for Texas 2 years ago.
Yes,
And the
you're
sixth
right.
one is Gunnar Helm, who had like 14 catches 2 years ago, but he was a backup. And he, obviously burst on the scene, but like we didn't know how good he was going to be. So,
Not like that. I didn't think he was going to be like he was.
right. So that's like, look, at Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden. You had 3 transfers with a few more skins on the wall at other schools. But my point is, like Texas, I mean, they lost Worthy and Mitchell from 2 years ago. And I think we were like, okay, what do they have at wide receiver? They lost a first round pick and a second round pick. Are they going to have that same talent on the outside? And then I don't know if it was exactly the same, but it was, like you said, pretty damn good.
Oh, it was
So
awesome.
that's can they reload? I feel like, they deserve the benefit of the doubt for being able to reload at that spot. I think
I
they're
mean,
going to do it.
it says a lot to me about, as I said, once again, it just tells me a lot about what the offense that Sark is running and him as a coach of, because that guy just doesn't coach quarterbacks. He coaches the receivers, he coaches the running backs, he coaches the offense, he coaches everything, but probably the offensive line. And he probably's got a lot to say about that too. But he's done an unbelievable job in the receiver room with Chris Jackson. I mean, that's amazing. Running back deal is what it is. It's Texas. You're going to get great running backs coming to Texas. So just turn around and hand in the ball and let them go. But what he's done with wide receivers and the quarterback room is just phenomenal. And
Yeah.
he finds ways to give guys the kind of confidence they need at that wide receiver position. And you got to build a lot of trust there. And we know once he gets his 3 guys, he trusts the hell out of them. So if you're the 4th and 5th guy, you may not see a lot of playing time, but you may be still pretty good. You
Right.
know,
Yeah. I'm fascinated to see, the wide receiver rotation this year. I think there's a pretty clear top 4 for Texas right now. But that's more than 3, obviously. So do they rotate those 4 guys? Do they pick 3 and then, we'll occasionally bring the 4th guy in? I wonder what that's going to look like. And then, if your guy 5, 6, 7, 8, how much playing time do you get
Well,
in
I mean, but
meaningful games?
if you're that running back, the numbers come out of the running back. I mean, last year, did you have 44 catches last year?
Yes.
Wow. God,
Jane Blue had 42.
basically, let me tell you something. You look around the country and look around some of these great running backs, guys don't get 44. That's a lot of catches. I don't care what it is, dump off screens, that's a lot.
There were only 2 players on the team with more receptions than Quintravion Wisner last year. That was Matthew Golden and Gunnar Helm.
Yeah,
Made
that's
more
what I'm saying.
catches than
So
Bond and Golden and everybody else.
I count the running back. You get 30 or more, he's right in there with the receiving group too. In this particular offense for sure.
Last year, Texas, Jaden Blue had 42 catches. They had 2 guys with 40 plus a year ago.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of catches by your running backs.
Yeah,
I've had years of running back guys catching 22, 23 balls, and I'm thinking, what a nice year. He almost caught 30 balls out of the backfield.
Jaden Blue had 6 receiving touchdowns. Obviously, 2 of them came in the game against Ohio State. But I think it's a different offense. They get the running backs involved, and that's how you separate yourself in a position battle. Like, you prove that you're more than just
You're
a running
absolutely
back
right.
who can run the ball. You got to be able to pass pro. You got to be able to go out and catch passes. You got to do everything else that goes into that job in the Steve Sarkisian offense, and there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, and last year, Quinn Ewers was really a solid quarterback. The basic things that you needed him to do when he threw the ball out there, catchable balls, not balls zipping over guys' heads or way behind them. I mean, just for the running backs, they had a lot of nice balls to catch. He threw a nice ball when it came to screens and things, that little swing screens, ball got to your hands in a hurry in the right place, not behind you, not where you had to stumble because you had to try to make a high catch. He was very good at that, at what you need to do as a quarterback in that type of offense and where you can throw the ball where it's catchable.
Yeah.
And Gunnar Helm had a lot of just not only catches, but catches and runs. That's what's crazy about this offense. It's not just the catch, it's the catch and run in this offense.
For sure. Yeah, and I think going back to the quarterbacks, Quinn Ewers did put a little air on his footballs a lot. He threw a very catchable pass. I think DeAndre Moore said it last week. He was asked about some of the differences between Quinn and Arch, and the first thing he said was the legs, right? But he also mentioned that, Arch puts a little bit more zip on his footballs. So,
Oh no, it'll be in your face, and you better be ready for it. You'll catch it in the face mask.
yeah, at times that's very good, but for some of those screen passes, some of those throws to the flats, you want the softer balls, especially for the running backs, guys who don't always catch for a living,
No,
making sure they've got catchable balls too. So I think Arch will be fine at that, but that was obviously something that Quinn was very good at during his Texas career.
I thought he threw a really nice ball to the running backs.
I did too. All right, we'll get back into this. Plenty more Texas football conversation. We talked about the good news, right? For the first time in school history, Texas, your preseason #1 team in the USA Today coaches poll. There was also some extremely bad news for Texas football yesterday. A big injury first week of camp, and we already have a season-ending injury to a guy who was potentially going to play a key role for the Horns in 2025. We'll get to those details and discuss where the Horns go from here. But first, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
Speaking of that news, if you're seeking that patient-focused orthopedic care specialized, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, rheumatology. How about this? Joint replacement, of course. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes,
Speaking
indeed.
of orthopedic care.
Speaking of orthopedic care. Amen. All right, now a quick word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert family. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see the Buck donning a TSU hat this morning. That was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. All of our merch made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business, if you have a big event coming up that needs hats, shirts, signs, stickers, posters, whatever, reach out to Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based in South Austin. They will get you what you need, and they will get it to you very, very quickly. Just call or text Adam on his direct line, 512-300-9641. You can find them on Instagram as well, at Waterloo Printing, and shoot them a DM there. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, don't forget now, the winter months are not that far away, so you want to prepare yourself for winter. Make sure that all the ducts, everything's cleaned out and ready to go. Of course, changing of your filters are very important, and they'll get that done for you at Woods Comfort Systems. Their technicians will come out, still making sure that that air conditioning is working properly, because you never know when it's going to sneak up on us again. It was hot last week. Should be a little bit milder this week, but you still mild compared to other places in the country. It's hot here. Forget about it. You make sure your air conditioning system's working properly. At Woods Comfort Systems, they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Not just air conditioning, but heating and plumbing also. They are the very best in what they do at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. 512-842-5066, the phone number to get a hold of them.
Okay, you got bad news, do you?
Bad news. Yep. Bad news on the injury front for Texas. Offensive tackle Andre Kojo, who was one of the two guys battling for the starting right tackle spot, he will miss the entirety of the 2025 season after suffering a right knee injury in practice over the weekend. It sounds like the injury was suffered on Saturday. The news didn't come out until around lunchtime yesterday. But this is a big loss. Again, Kyle Flood told us last week that Kojo was in competition to be this team's starting right tackle, replacing Cam Williams, who's obviously off in the NFL. It was a two-horse race between Brandon Baker and Andre Kojo. I'm sure a race that the coaches would have loved to have seen play out over the remainder of training camp, but unfortunately, that is no longer the case. Andre Kojo, not even a full week into camp, Buck, an ACL injury, and he is done for the year.
Yeah, they don't want to talk too much about that because so those things just happen. I mean, whether it's contact or non-contact, whether you have pads on or don't have pads on, you just get your body going one way and you're wrestling around with another guy that's over 300 pounds. Your joints just don't work that's not how those little gears in those joints work, going opposite of where that strength is. So it's going to be, somebody's going to have to step up. I mean, that's why you cross-train a bunch of guys, and somebody else gets an opportunity now. He's got to rehab and get well here in the following year. So somebody else gets an opportunity. So there won't be any excuses for not having a guy ready to go. Now they'll reevaluate what they did and how it happened and when it happened, and practice may change a little bit from that point on. Certain things that you do, but it's football.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And you feel for Andre Kojo, first and foremost. I mean, great kid going into his third year with the program. Like, he's waited his turn. He could have transferred and played somewhere else early on. And he toughed it out at Texas, and you felt like he had a real opportunity to get some significant playing time this season. He entered this camp in the best shape of his career. He's worked really hard to have a shot, and now this happens. So the game can be cruel, and, wishing all the best to Andre Kojo. Hopefully a speedy recovery, and he's back and could be a factor for this team in 2026.
Yeah, and we don't know enough about these offensive linemen, so they can't get thin. This can't be like it was with the running back deal last year. They can't lose guys in the summertime before they even start playing games.
No. If you asked me at the start of camp, like, what's the one position that Texas can't afford to get anybody injured, I would have said tackle.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the first big injury is to a tackle. I mean, they just, they're replacing both of their starters from last year, and you just don't have a lot of depth there behind, the couple of guys that you do think are going to be starting this year. So that depth was already relatively thin before the Andre Kojo injury, and now it is really thin. I mean, you might be relying on a true freshman as your second string right tackle right now.
Which means he's going to play.
Means he's going to play. I mean, Nick Brooks, we've talked about him a lot as potentially the backup to Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. And now, Nick Brooks might have to do some cross training at left tackle.
How about that? You're going to have your youngest guy be a swing guy at the tackle position.
Right. I mean, they have a couple of other options. Jaden Chapman is going into his second year with the program. He's got a guy who's cross-trained. He's played some guard and he's played some tackle at Texas. Now, he hasn't appeared in games, but he's done that at practice. So maybe he is your number 2 option behind Brandon Baker. You brought in Jordan Coleman, who was a 4-star recruit in this number 1 ranked recruiting class, but Coleman wasn't here for the spring. So he's only gone through like 1 practice at Texas, and he might all of a sudden be your number 2 right tackle on your depth chart. That's not ideal.
It's really hard to do that in the portal too, offensive lineman, because Texas loves to have the homegrown guys, and I understand what they're looking for. But, they've done it on the defensive line. And what's tough is, you go in the portal and you got a guy who's, a grad transfer. BK, that guy's not coming to be your number 2. He's coming to play. He only has 1 year. He's got to, that's hard to do. So a lot of those guys stick to where they are,
No, I think that was Texas's decision. And look, hindsight is 2020. And I don't think it's worth being critical of Steve Sarkisian for this yet. But if Texas's offensive line struggles or they deal with a couple of other injuries and it's clear that they don't have the depth that they need to get them
through. You're
going
to look back and say, why didn't we do that? Yeah.
Look, they lost 7 scholarship defensive linemen last year. They brought in 5 from the portal. Like, they didn't lose as many offensive linemen, but they did lose 4 starters from last year, and they brought in 0. So they had a chance. Like, Texas, look, Matthew Caldwell, the quarterback, every position's different, but they brought in a quarterback who could have gone somewhere else and started, but he wanted to come to Texas, to be at Texas, to get a degree from Texas, whatever. He's perfectly fine being Arch Manning's backup. Hell, he might be the number 3 QB here. But they still got a guy with some experience that, like, if they need him, if something happens to Arch, they can turn to him in a pinch to maybe go out there and win you a football game. They could have done that with the offensive line. They chose not to. So, again, I don't think it's worth you got to freak out and yell at them for this right now. But if the offensive line is a weakness for the team and they suffer a couple more injuries, and again, they just don't have the horses in the stable to have an offensive line that you need to have to win championships, then that's I brought this up months ago. That's a decision.
You did. I remember us talking about it. Yeah.
That's a decision that Texas fans are going to be critical of. Whether you think it's fair or not, whether they were talking about it months ago or not, that is one that people are going to bring up if the offensive line is a problem.
If you thought it was important to do it on the defensive front, why wouldn't you do it on the offensive front when you're losing 4 starters?
Right. And they trust in their high school leave vals and they trust in their development. And it's worked to this point. Like they haven't needed to go to the portal.
So it needs to work.
So it needs to continue to work. Yeah. And look, Kyle Flood's one of the best offensive line coaches in America. So there is a very good chance that it does work and he's able to get his guys up to speed. And look, hopefully Texas doesn't suffer any more injuries. Like, Steven says, Baker was going to win that job anyways. So the good news is you're not losing a projected starter on your offensive line. So if your starting 5-0 line stays healthy and those guys are good, then you're not going to feel this one too much. But again,
not in this conference. You better have 2 or 3 swing guys that are ready to go.
Well,
the backups have to play. They have to play.
I mean, they have to get in games, but Texas could get lucky again. They started the same 5 offensive linemen in every regular season game that they played last year.
Yes, they did.
Now they had to mix it up. Kelvin Banks missed the SEC title game, so they had to mix it up. And then Cam Williams got hurt in the Clemson game, so their depth eventually got put to the test. But maybe they get really fortunate again, and they don't, in crucial spots, they don't have to go to backups. But that's a big if, right? I mean, that's crazy that happened 1 year in a row. For that to happen 2 years in a row at a position like that, like you said, Buck, where guys just fall on each other all the time.
Yes.
That's hard to bank on that going down again.
Yeah, I mean, and your starters come up lame a lot anyway. It's not that they have to have season-ending injuries. They can come up with a bad ankle, as you said. Somebody has stepped on a foot or something. They're going to miss practice time. They're going to miss a game. They're going to miss some series in a game. That guy who comes in can't just be a guy who just gets in the way. That guy has to protect your quarterback. He has to block for the run. That's and they've leaned so much on their local guys and the guys that they bring in and the way they grow them right here. So yeah, I'm gonna hold it until something really happens that they should have got at least one or two of those guys in the portal. If you're gonna get defensive linemen, you better start looking at some offensive linemen too.
Yeah, and again, it's maybe it works. Maybe they'll prove to have been right with the decision to just go with what they've got.
They'll
But
be lucky.
yeah, and there might be some fortune in that one. But they got to get some guys up to speed. I mean, the coaches realize that the guys can get banged up on the offensive
Oh,
line.
they know that. You can lose your starters. You can lose them at any time.
Right. So they've got to look. Maybe there's a chance. I haven't heard anything about this. Steve Sarkisian is supposed to meet with the press around 5 o'clock this afternoon. So Sark, I'm sure we'll talk about this injury, and I'm fairly sure that someone's going to ask him, like, "Hey, what are you going to do now?" Remember, 9 days before last season started, Texas went to the portal and got a running back with Velton Gardner from SMU. He didn't end up playing, and he ended up getting hurt and missed most of the season himself. But Texas had 2 bad running back injuries in camp last year, and they're like, oh, shoot, we don't have enough bodies. We got to go do something. And they broke the glass in case of emergency and went and added a player, again, less than 2 weeks before the first game. I don't know if one injury makes them consider that, but is there somebody out there that they think they could get this late in the offseason to provide a little bit more depth to ensure that they are not a play away from a true freshman starting at tackle?
Well, yeah, you just may have to get a body.
Right. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a body. Maybe it's a guy who's not as good as the freshmen and sophomores that you have already. But it's just, hey, let's just make sure we have enough scholarship players
Once again, those guys have to give looks to the defense during the year too. They got to go down, and the defense has to get really good looks when they're playing against good teams. You can't just send anybody down there that some guy can beat the crap out of, and then they get in the game and they're playing against a real tackle or a real guard. It's a little bit different. So you got to get a good player.
Yeah,
and they've got some guys in the wings. BK, they got some young guys that they're gonna look them right in the eye and say, guess what? You got to step it up. You are now our backup in this position and that position. So you'll see how guys will pick up their game a little bit. They don't have any choice. I mean, if you're at Texas, that's how you got it. You got a scholarship here. Guess what? It's time to get in gear. Your team needs you right now.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
just too bad. It's unfortunate that happened, but that's football. It happens. It could happen in the first day. It could happen in the off season when guys are just working out. Guys get hurt, but boy, you hate to lose them in the offensive line this early, week 1.
Yeah,
you used to lose them for the year. I mean, an ankle's something different. You get a hairline fracture. Well, he's not going to be ready for 4 weeks. Okay, I got it. But you lose a guy that's like they did with the running backs. Guys just aren't going to show up for the year. That is tough.
That is tough. And again, I mean, you don't want to lose.
And then you started reevaluating how he got hurt, what you did. I mean, the same shit that you've done for years and years, you start reevaluating yourself and going, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Well, that always happens when a guy gets hurt. Maybe I shouldn't have done this drill. Maybe it was too soon to do it. Maybe I should have known more about that guy. Maybe I should have been in control of the drill a little bit better. Hell, I don't even know. I mean, I don't know when it happened. Sark will let you know tonight when it happened, because he's going to be asked if was that a one-on-one drill, or is that going through just drills on air? But it could happen at any time. Those non-contact deals, that's just a part of the game now.
Yeah, I think Steve Sarkisian is going to bring that up in his opening statement tonight. I don't know how detailed he'll be. Maybe someone will follow up with a few questions about, hey, what exactly happened and how can you prevent stuff like this from happening moving forward. But yeah, I mean, Sark's going to talk about it for sure, and we'll find out some more this evening.
Yeah, no matter what, coaches know they can't not do something. They would like to, they like to side on being have
I mean, they
caution
didn't
about
even
it.
have they didn't even have pads on when this
I know.
injury happened. Like you got to put pads on the offensive and defensive line so they learn how to block.
That's
They
what I'm
didn't
saying.
even
That's
have
what he's going to
pads
say.
on.
I mean, stuff just happens.
Yeah. So I don't know. We don't have all of the details. I don't think any of the insider sites have leaked kind of what happened and how it happened. Again, we should find out tonight. But yeah, I mean this went down before pads even came on. So now you cross your fingers. I mean, you don't want anybody getting hurt at any position. But again, I feel like this was the spot that Texas could least afford to lose somebody.
I agree.
And that's the first big injury that they suffered during camp. And again, it's before the pads even come on, not even a weekend. So, yeah, sucks. But a lot of these guys are going to have to mature quickly. This will
Yes.
open up some opportunities for some of the young cats. And you get scholarship offers from the University of Texas for a reason. They don't bring
Yeah,
in
that's right.
jabronis here.
That's why you come here. You get in there, you learn, you're a fast learner. You get in there physically, you get ready to play, and you play. And guess what? Sometimes those guys never give up the position again.
Right.
They get to be backups, and then they get to be starters. And now you're looking for backups to those guys. And they started early because of things like this, because of injury. I mean, it's just the sports, the nature of the sport.
100%. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into this. Again, Andre Kojo out for the season, suffered a right knee injury in Texas practice over the weekend. Brandon Baker, now even more likely your starter at right tackle, but you wonder what you have behind him. I think you feel good about Trevor Goosby on the left side. I've got confidence in Brandon Baker, the former 5-star, being able to hold down the right side. But again, you start getting to your backup tackles, and it feels like there are way more questions than answers. I think you've got some guys who could be great players at some point. The question is, are they great right now? And if their number is called, can they be great for Texas?
Yeah, the tough part is
season?
trying to cross-train a young guy who's been a guard all his life to go out there now and try to play tackle. And he's just a nice, warm body, and he's got enough athletic ability. But there's a real difference between being in there amongst all the legs and the feet and being out there on air by yourself against great rushers,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's
that's
good
tough.
training. That's your welcome to the big leagues moment right there, going up against
Yes.
Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and Trey Moore and Brad Spence and Colton Vasek. Like that's, you're going to see some great talent on the other side, and that's going to get you prepared for what you're going to see against other teams. But while it's good, the iron sharpens iron thing, it's also like, oh shit, these guys have never gone up
By the
against.
way, you have to be ready for it, or
Yeah.
they will stick that foot right in your ass. You know what I'm saying? You'll be getting stuffed and stuff. You won't be learning. You'll be learning on the job, but you'll be getting beat up on the job.
100%. 100%. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll continue to talk about what this injury means for the Texas offense. We'll also dive back in to the coaches poll, and we've got the college football impatience index to get into in hour 2, plus a little baseball and some NBA conversation as well. A lot going on a Tuesday edition of the show. But before we shift gears, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, with my messed up back, getting the right support has always been super difficult, and nothing gave me the comfort that I really, really needed until I found the folks over at Relax the Back. And now for the last 20 years, I've been in this unbelievable Relax the Back office chair, and I can't say enough great things about it. And you can find the same kind of comfort I did too at their 2 locations. Now, they've got all kinds of accessories for you, whether it's your lumbar area, your shoulder, your neck, your hips, your thoracic back, zero gravity recliners they've got, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses. You are going to love what they have for you over at Relax the Back. They got 2 great locations. One is in B Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. And soon we'll have our tips for kids next week, since you kids are going back to school.
Yeah,
I'll have the tips already for you, because you're going to need some early tips, Nick, going in. There's a lot of youngsters out there that need to know how to treat teachers immediately with the respect that they need. We'll be talking about that next week.
All right. You already gave a tip earlier today. You told the kids to use protection when they're out and about.
In the garden. In the Garden of Eden, yes.
That's what we're calling it these days, the garden,
Yes.
huh?
Yes.
All right. I like that. Yep. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, shout out to AV Consultations. We are 25 days away from Texas and Ohio State, which, of course, falls on the first big Saturday of the college football season. The NFL's regular season will start the week after. Oh, yeah, football is here. We got preseason football action this week. And, of course, the real stuff starts later this month. And then hockey will be here before you know it. Basketball will be here before you know it. Playoff baseball will be here before you know it. Means it's the perfect time to make the call to AV Consultations to get the TV setup of your dreams. If you want the multi-screen man cave that I have, AV Consultations can do it. If you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, AV Consultations can do it. If you want that home theater room with the 150-inch projection screen and that badass Sonos surround sound, AV Consultations can do it. They can do it all. Whatever you want in terms of TVs and speakers and whole home lighting and surveillance and all of those things to help elevate your home and take it to another level. AV Consultations can do it because they've been doing it in Central Texas since 1988. That's right, coming up on 4 decades. God, Tom, you're getting old. Coming up on 4 decades of hooking up Central Texas. They could do the same for you. All you have to do is give them a call. They'll bring everything to you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or you can find them online at avconsultations.com.
What do we got for these tight ends? Any of these tight ends playing big enough to be tackles or just crazy thinking? Anybody that's getting close to 300? Oh, we missed out on the big guy who looked like a tackle that ended up going somewhere as a tight end, right? Where'd that fool go?
Hezzy Kent, the 6'5", 300-pound tight end recruit out of the state of Florida.
The guy would be getting ready to play here now.
Well, he's still in high school, so no, he wouldn't. He's a part of this year's recruiting class. He's about to be a senior in high school.
He's changed his mind, but he didn't want to hear about that tackle shit, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's I think he ended up committing to Florida, so Texas could see him down the road in the SEC.
Yeah, he won't be 300. He'll be 325 by the time they see him.
Playing tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Texas, they've got Spencer Shannon, who's 6'7", 250. They've got Jordan Washington, who is about 6'4". I think he's close to 260 right now. He got to Texas at like 215, 220. And over the span of the last year, he has put on 40 pounds, Buck.
Wow. Holy shit.
I'm telling you, and he's still out there as a threat in the passing game, and he's a guy who could be a part of the passing game as early as this year. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think those guys are big enough to be tackles, right? 250, 260 is not going to get it done in the SEC. But they do have some guys who could be helpful in terms of inline blocking to help out a young tackle.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah. And then Jack Andrews is your starter. I mean, he's 6'4", 240, so not as big as those guys.
All he's going to do is get in the way and then get you stepped on.
Yeah, and Jack Andrews, I think Jack Andrews had the same run blocking grade as Gunnar Helm did last year. So you think of Gunnar Helm, like, not a great blocker by any stretch, but he wasn't a total liability out there. Like that's what Jack Andrews is going to be. He's going to be solid.
I thought JT Sanders was not a good blocking tight end. He wasn't designed to be a tight end like that anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at times
he was just designed to cross the face of a guy and just get in his way and just make him have to hesitate before he went out in a pattern.
That's fine. Sometimes that's all you need from your tight end, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
You'd love to get you one who could do you both, right? Who's just the jack of all trades, the George Kittle type, elite blocker, elite receiving threat. But those guys are pretty few and far between, especially at the college level. So yeah, I don't think Texas has one of those on their roster right now.
No, they've got a young guy that's a sophomore or whatever. That's an offensive lineman that's just been looking for an opportunity. The coaches have, the offensive line coaches talked about him, but always tells you that he's a year away. But guess what? Now he's not a year away. He's today away.
He's today away. Yeah, getting some reps.
That's how that works. That just happens that way.
Yeah. These guys will be getting reps with the twos again, and who knows if they start getting reps with the ones at some point. Just the only
thing about that is those are the guys that tend to the guys with the stripes tend to find those dudes. Oh, he's new. He just started playing tackle. Boy, he's kind of grabby out there. Why does he have his hands out like that? Yeah,
that was the biggest issue with the Texas offensive line. Well, there were a couple of them, but they struggled with penalties. It was more false starts than holds.
and
Uh,
the dumbest penalties like the snap count. Come on,
yeah,
guys.
yeah, that was that was a Cam Williams special right there.
Wow.
And I wish he was back because he was very good. But that's one thing that I hope Brandon Baker is able to fix that Cam Williams, couldn't. And that was an issue that was worse at the start of the year, but didn't completely go away as the year went along. And
And it
knowing the
always
snap
comes up at
count.
the wrong time. It's always the wrong time when it happens. So
Yeah, knowing this, you got to know the snap count, especially when you're playing at home. Like that, it doesn't feel like there's much of an excuse for multiple false starts in a game by your offensive line in your home barn. That's the crowd's quiet enough. You know the snap count. You gotta not make that mistake,
I
right?
just told it to you 5 seconds ago before you broke the huddle.
Yeah, just like that. So, all right, Andre Kojo out for the year. Again, we'll get
That
back into
sucks.
that. Shout out to the Texas Rangers, by the way, walking off your New York Yankees last night in Arlington. Buck, you see that?
Yeah, I saw that home run.
Yeah, no, Jock Peterson, who's having a horrible year for the Rangers, hit the game-tying solo shot in the bottom of the ninth to send the game to extra innings, and then Josh Young, the former Red Raider, with a 3-run walk-off bomb in the 10th. Tough one for your
Yankees are looking
Yankees.
for new manager. The Yankees are looking for a new manager.
They're trying to tank right now to get Booney fired mid-season.
They're not trying to tank. They're just going to tank, and he's not going to get fired. He's at the end of the year there'll be new. When Torrey gets back, everything's good.
I think he's still holding down a playoff spot. They're in the second wild card position in the American League right now.
Are they a half up?
They are actually tied with Seattle, so those are the teams tied for the second and third wild
Okay, well,
card
we know
spots.
Seattle will implode. It's
The
August
Rangers,
now.
the Rangers are a game and a half back. They're the first team out right now, so it's a big series between the Bombers and the Rangers in
Hey,
Arlington.
by the way, it's time for Seattle to start imploding. Once we get to the middle of August, they should start hitting their downward spiral.
It's usually how it goes. They did add a bunch at the trade deadline to try
Yeah,
to
no
prevent that
kidding.
from happening.
That kind of scares me right there. They did
Yeah.
get a bunch of guys, didn't they?
They did, especially to their lineup, getting
Wow.
Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. I hardly know her, so they got some bats in that lineup right now, and they're chasing the Astros in the American League West. The Astros got an easy win against the Marlins last night. Big 5-run fourth inning. It was good to see the former Marlin Jesus Sanchez making some things happen. Carlos Correa had an RBI hit as well. That was a relatively easy 8-2 victory for the Stros against Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy
They
Young
didn't get a
winner.
day off after that ass whipping they took in Boston. They didn't say, let's just go home and have off.
No.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
back
they got
up on the
swept.
horse. Good job, Astros.
So they got to get up on the horse because the post All-Star break has not been very kind to the Astros so far. So they're trying to get things turned around a little bit because they were one of the hottest teams in baseball for like 2 months. And then, right before the All-Star break, they limped in a little bit. Coming out of the break, they were not good at all. So, nice win for them last night. They're trying to get things back on track. Obviously, these deadline acquisitions will help them hold it down while they get some guys back from injury. But, their lead in the AL West is down to 3 games right now. It was 2.5 going into last night. Seattle did not play last night, so the Stros with the win, they pick up a half a game there. But, that's, 3 teams within 4.5 games in the American League West. I would still pick the Astros to win, but that race is tighter than I think most Astros fans were hoping at this point in the year.
By the way, how are you doing up there in the Empire State?
Good.
Is it good? Weather good there?
Weather's good. A little hot yesterday, but not compared to the heat that's going on in Texas right now.
You hit 90 degrees yet?
I think it touched 90 degrees here yesterday. But over the weekend, it was like high 70s, low 80s as the high, which was glorious.
High
And normally in New York City, it's not like that this time of year. So it was very lucky. And when it gets hot up here, like
the wind doesn't blow; it just sits there like a stew.
All the concrete, the buildings are too high, so the wind can't get through, and then you've got all this concrete that just reflects the heat, and it's bad in the concrete jungle when it's 90 to 100. So, yeah, thankfully, haven't had much of that yet here. I think we'll avoid most of the heat, which is a very good thing. I did tell the story yesterday about the naked guy that
Yeah.
saw on the subway. He wasn't on the subway, but he was hanging out literally on one of the subway stations.
He was just at the ramp, just showing his stuff,
Yeah,
sporting his goods.
he was right there near the train, like on the platform, and yeah, it was one of those. He was just nude, showing off his goods, doing a little dancey dance.
Good job.
And you called him Schlong Man yesterday, the new
Schlong Man.
superhero that you're starting to create here. I do need your help. I do have some advice that I need from you, and maybe more so the people can help me out on this, because I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like this before.
Well, of course I have. I'm 70 years old. I've been in all kinds of I've had all kinds of experiences. Don't trust in the people. They're only going to lie to you.
Well, I know you've gone through a lot because you've been alive for a long ass time. I mean, you're older than dirt, but I don't know how much experience you have with Uber and or Lyft.
No, I don't deal with that. I'm a truck driver myself, so I don't let people do the driving for me.
Exactly. So this is where I might need the people's help, because this story involves an Uber/Lyft experience that I had in New York City on Saturday night. So I went out with some buddies. We got some dinner, and then I went out with a couple of friends after. We got a few drinks, and then it dwindled down to just, me and one of my buddies, a guy from college who lives up here. And he's like, "Hey, do you mind if my fiance comes? And she's got a friend. Like, I think the friend is looking to get dicked down, for lack of a more politically correct phrase. There's got to be something
Sure.
more PC than that. But she was like trying to meet up with some dude at another bar that was close to the bar that we were at. So my friend's like,
are you with your girl too?
no, but my girl's here, but she's out with her friend. She's getting dinner, hanging out with her crew. So it's me, my buddy. It's just us two at a bar at this point. And he's like, yeah, and I've met his fiance before. She's really nice. He's like, yeah, do you mind if my fiance and her friend come by, and then we're gonna walk to this other bar to see if we can get this girl late? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, I'm down. I'm feeling good. I'm a few drinks in. I'm having a good time. No rush to get home. The night is young. Let's do it. So they come, they meet us at this bar, and we end up, walking to some other bar close by where she's trying to meet this guy. And long story short, the guy is not there. Like, the guy had already gone home, and she missed out
When?
on her opportunity. Right. So he left, and she was pissed. And then I actually tried to set her up with another guy. She's like, "Oh, I think this guy at the bar is cute." And I'm like, "All right, let's make something happen. I'll play wingman for you. This girl was nice, whatever." So the guy, I see him walk up to the bar, and he's by himself, and he's getting a drink. And I'm like, "Hey, man, like, random question, but are you single?" And he looks at me like, "I'm not interested, dude." And I'm like, "Don't worry, I'm not either."
You put your hand on his lap? Is that what you did? You dropped your right hand on his lap?
Just a quick right cheek squeeze.
Oh, come on, guy. Why is he so upset about that?
Just, hey, good game.
You didn't kiss him
Kind
on
of
the head, did
situation.
you?
Just an attaboy. No, I didn't Christian Wilkins this situation. I didn't kiss his head, because apparently that's a no-go. You could lose your job for that. So
That's
I
just
didn't
kind
want
of
to take
weird.
I don't want to take any chances with that. But anyways, like, I'm like, "Hey, man, like, there's this girl. She's right there. She says you're cute. Are you single? Whatever." And he's like, "Yeah." So I basically, like, I'm like, "Dude, go talk to her. I'm not going to make the introduction, but she's interested. Go talk to her." They start talking for a while. And I'm like, "This is great." So they're talking, and the night goes by, and it's time for me to go. And, like, we're all about to, part ways and take our Ubers home. And I order an Uber. It's about to show up, and then she comes back, and she's like, "Yeah, like, I just wasn't really feeling it. I'm gonna go home too." It's like, all right. So it's my buddy and his fiance. Like, they're leaving, they're going to their place. They live here. They're taking an Uber, and I've got my own Uber. And I'm assuming that this girl is also, I don't know, she's gonna find her own way home. I don't really care how she gets home. To take the subway, take an Uber, whatever, get home. I walk outside to get into my car. I get in my car, and then she runs up, and she's like, "Hey, can I come too?" And I'm like, "Where are you going?" She's like, "Well, like, I'm going back to my place. Can we add a stop for this Uber?" And I'm like, "Well, is it close?" And I tell her the address of where I'm going. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, it's right there. It's right there. Let me type in my address." And I'm like, "All right, whatever." I'm pretty inebriated at this point. Like, I don't want
It's
to,
time
like,
to go
leave
home.
this.
It's time to go home.
It's time for me to go. And I don't want to just, like, leave this girl, like, just.
Absolutely.
I should have thought, like, dude, it's New York. Like, people are fine. You're going to be fine. Call an Uber, whatever. But I was like, all right, I need to leave here. I want to go home. I'm done. And so she gets in the car. She's like, here, let me take your phone. Let me add a stop. So she adds a stop. And again, she tells me it's like very close to where I'm going. That wasn't the case at all.
Oh, dude, how far were you away?
I was in the car for over an hour. And
Oh my
there's
God.
no traffic. It's like, midnight, right? So
Yeah.
it's not like we're sitting in traffic, New York traffic, whatever. No, we like get on a highway, which I don't even think they had those in the city. We're like driving all over the place. We started the drive on like 2nd Street.
Were you going
And
through Queens and Manhattan and all the different boroughs to get to her place?
we're through Harlem. We're into the Bronx at this point. I mean, we're in like the 150s. We start at 2nd or 3rd, and we're going into like 140s, 150s. And I'm just like, because when you order an Uber and a Lyft, Buck, it shows you the price that you're going to pay when you call the ride. So, like, I saw the price; it was like $20. I'm like, oh my God, this is great! This is a great deal in New York. It's midnight. I'm going to pay $20. I'm going to be home, and it's all good. And okay, she'll add a stop. Maybe that'll add a couple of extra dollars to the charge, whatever. And we just drive forever. We finally get to her place, and she gets out of the car. She goes home, and we go to the place that I'm staying at. And we get there, and then I the ride's over, and I look at the charge. Remember, it was originally $20. The
Oh
charge
God.
now is $105. Her added stop that she said was like right next to me, ended up being nowhere close to where I was staying, and it added $85 to my trip. So my question for the people is, what do I do here?
Your girl knows this person.
No, my girl does not know this person. Also, when I got back to the place I was staying, we're staying with some friends, and the key that they gave me didn't work. So I was
Shit,
locked out.
You had to knock.
So thankfully, I just started calling my girl, and like the 3rd time I called, she answered. And then I like told her this story, and she wasn't real thrilled. She's like, "You got in an Uber with another girl?" And I'm like,
Yeah, of course. They're never going to be. That never plays out well, no matter what.
Right. And it's, whatever. Like nothing happened. I swear I was just trying to be a nice guy, whatever. Anyways, so now I'm trying to figure out, like, what do I do here? Do I reach out to Uber and say, hey, here's the situation. Can I get some of the money refunded? You guys didn't tell me how expensive this stop was going to be. I didn't know this was this random girl. Like, I was just trying to be a nice guy. Can y'all give me at least a partial refund? Or do I reach out to my friends who know her and be like, hey, give me her number, give me her Venmo. I'm going to request some money for her. She should have to pay me for this ride because I didn't sign up for this.
Well, no, I'd reach out to my friend that knew her and make sure that they explain what just happened. Have her send me something, or you just suck it up. You're in New York City. Shit happens.
I don't really want to do that.
Well, what's the price to pay for being a good guy? A couple bucks, $100.
Yeah,
I know that sucks, but that's, you did a good deed. You couldn't have let that girl go off by herself somewhere. That just wouldn't have been right. So
I feel like she could have gotten her own Uber or taken the train. There's so many ways in New York to get home. And I'm sure she's been by herself before out at the bars and has called an Uber and back to her place. It's not that hard.
She couldn't. It's late at night. You've had a couple of drinks. You don't want to. You did the right thing.
I was being nice to this
Strangler. The Long Island Strangler could have got her if it weren't for you. So you did a good deed. It cost you $100 to be a good person. So you're all right.
Yeah, I don't want it to cost me $100 though to be a good person.
Yeah, I know, but
I already set her up. I already played wingman for her, and she couldn't close, or she didn't want to close, or something. Like I already had done enough for this girl, and now she's $80. She's adding $80 to my Uber trip. Like, come on, man.
That's not what your country can do for you. Ask for what you can do for your country. So
this isn't my country. She's not my country there.
Yeah, you did something for the country. You kept a young lady from probably getting molested, and on the Long Island Strangler didn't get her because of you. Just think, it's a good deed. Cost you $100 to do a good deed. That's all. Yeah. Hey, if you want to call your boy up and say, hey, listen, you people knew this girl. Tell her you guys owe me $50 a piece. Tell them that.
Yeah, and he'll be like, "Hell no, dude! You're the one who said yes to letting her get in the Uber with you." I'm like,
That's
"I didn't.
true.
I was just, it's. I don't know. Thank you, Patrick, for the $2 donation to the BK Uber Fund. Now I just need about 50 more of you to donate that amount, and we'll be back to normal right there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try Uber or Lyft first. I can't imagine they're going to help, and they probably shouldn't. But
Are
I'd
they are
rather get.
they are they more in tune to help you than Delta Airlines?
I would think so. I don't
All
know.
right, if
Like
you take a lot of those, you take a lot of Ubers and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would know. I
it's a
I go play. I don't.
multi-billion-dollar company, and I'm asking for like $80 or like partial of $80. So it's not. I'm not asking for a ton here, but I'm sure people ask them for shit all the time, and they're
Cash,
probably saying
gas, and
no.
ass.
Oh yeah.
Cash, gas, and ass. No, you just did a good deed. Sorry that cost you. That's nothing. I would have got it as if there wasn't a highway and there had been a stop sign, I would have said, "Hey, you need to get out right here. This is costing me." I'm
Yeah.
looking at the meter, it's moving up. Don't you talk to the driver before you take off and say, "Hey, listen, what is this gonna?" That dude doesn't know.
It says no, it's all through the app, right? So it's different than a cab where you just ask the cab, "Hey, how much is it going to cost?" Or, well, what's your estimate for what you think it's going to cost to get here? And they can usually tell you, and you hope that they're not lying to you. But Uber, yeah, when you order the Uber, it tells you the price that you're going to pay, which again, mine was like $20. But when, she had my phone when she added the stop. So maybe something popped up on the screen that says, "Hey, this is about to add $80 to your ride. Are you sure you want to do this?" And she hit yes. Or maybe that just didn't come up at all. And, I didn't find out until after the ride was over that,
I'll say this:
oh,
women
shit.
know a sucker. The women know a sucker when they see one.
Yeah,
And you
I guess
had
so.
big lollipop head on that day.
I don't know if
They
she
just
thought I
they
was
do. They
big,
do. They
big.
see it. They know. They can tell a good guy. They know what's about to happen. This guy's not going to make me pay anything. I got to go this far. He'll pick up the tab. It always happens. He's a friend of a friend of a friend's. He's not gonna want to look bad in front of his friends. But you're gonna hunt her down, aren't you?
Maybe this girl thought she had a chance. She was buying what I was selling. Like
You're
I
gonna
told
hunt
her
her
early
down as
on.
if she was a Nazi, aren't you?
I
You're
told.
gonna hunt her down.
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna hunt her down like she's in the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad,
Yeah.
because apparently they're all Nazis now. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, like she was like early on. She's like, "You remind me of Pete Davidson. You know who that guy is? The SNL actor who
Oh
dated
yeah,
what,
yeah, yeah.
Kardashian for a little bit." And I'm like, that guy's kind of fallen off recently. And she's like, "Yeah, you remind me of Pete Davidson." I'm like, "Do you like Pete Davidson?" She's like, "Oh my God, I love him. He's like my celebrity crush." I'm like, "Whoa, hang on here,
He
kid."
does Taco Bell. He does Taco Bell commercials.
Now he's doing Taco Bell ads. So maybe this girl, like part of the reason she got in is she's like, I can get this guy home. Like I could get this guy. And I made it very clear that that wasn't happening. So maybe that was part of her bit. And then it's like, well, I'll just get a free ride home from this guy. He's not giving me what I'm looking
No,
for. So
I
I'm going
think
to
it's good
cost him.
because you end up having to call your girl. You didn't piss her off too bad because it doesn't matter if you're in an Uber with a girl and she's the girl from next door that you grew up with, or she lives in your house for the last 20 years. That doesn't work well with them. So you didn't have to take much grief for that. So you spent $100. See you later. Move along. Next
Move
experience,
on.
please.
Find another story to write. We're doing the
Find
Kim
another
Mulkey
story.
bit.
Move along.
God, come on though, man. That's
No,
a lot of money I could have, That's
no,
a bunch of
that
slices
ain't.
of pie.
It's just a couple drinks that the next time you go out, you're gonna have to drink less.
Oh man. And everything's so expensive up here. So I'd already spent a lot at dinner and already spent a lot on drinks. And then now you're adding all of that on top
Dude, how
of
about
it.
the
And
food prices? How about going to dinner there?
it's terrible, man. Everything is so expensive up here. Like that's one of the many reasons why I could never live in the city. And I know people make more money, like they give higher salaries to offset
Sure.
the cost of living here, but just the amount everything costs, plus all the taxes that you have up here. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It's got to be hard to justify, paying $5,000 a month to live in a shoebox studio apartment
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah.
And I don't get it, but everybody does it. There's people everywhere in New
I
York
applaud
City.
the teachers up there because they make a decent living. They have to mess around with those kids.
Yeah, yeah, especially inner city stuff
Oh,
too.
jeez.
We're getting all sorts of responses. By the way, you're saying let it go. We got Mario saying make her pay. We've got people saying, ask your friends for money. People saying you can't ask your friends for
You
this and
can't. It's just an experience. That's just $100. I mean, what's $100 for an experience?
For a good experience, it's nothing.
Well, I mean, it's just an experience is an experience. It all counts. They all
Yeah.
matter. So you spend an extra $100. You'll never do that again. If somebody wants to jump in an Uber, you'll be like, no, you call Uber yourself. I mean, you
Yeah.
live and learn. And if it
Yeah, I'll
only
say,
costs
hey,
you
I'll
100
wait
bucks,
for you. I'll
if
wait
it only
for you.
costs
You
you
know
100
what?
bucks to learn something, then that's
Yeah.
fine.
All right. Well,
Once again, as I
sure.
said, BK, that's just one night when you're back or you want to go out and get that extra 2 or 3 drinks that you say, guess what I can't do today?
Yeah, I can't eat.
Yeah, sorry. I can't, honey, I can't take you. We're going to Taco Bell for real today.
Yeah. Guess I'm starving tonight. Hopefully I have another Hat Creek gift card somewhere around here that I can use to
Yeah.
pay for dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been in that kind of situation.
Huh.
Because me, back in the day, I would have just tried to bang her anyway. So
Right. Yeah, no, that's I wasn't doing that. I'm sure you haven't had that happen in a cab. I know you don't do Uber and Lyft, but you cab with somebody
no,
and you end up going way further than you expected, and then you just end up doing a drop off and going home.
I'm basically the Lone Ranger. If I don't have my girl, the girl that I'm being my girl or whatever, and taking her to see Wolf of Wall Street or something like that, I'm the Lone Ranger. I don't go with a bunch of people. I don't.
Mm.
I don't. I don't. And you know me. I don't. And especially it's been so long. It's 25. I haven't had a drink in forever. Next week, 25 years is coming up. So
Yeah.
I don't have anything that clouds my mind whatsoever. I think rational.
Yeah, I don't.
No. But I would be more secure that I had done that and paid that money, getting that person to where they needed to go, than to have her standing around wondering how she was going to get to a place. Because that would be bothering me all night long, and it wouldn't be worth $100. You know what I'm saying? For me, worried about somebody that I don't know how they got home. I was with them there. They were going to get an Uber. Now I feel good. I was in the same car. I dropped her off at her place. I'm going to have to pay a little extra, but I would feel more comfortable that way.
Yeah, well, you're a better guy than I am, at least, because I'm getting that money. One way or another, I'm gonna find her and I'm gonna get her to pay me the money that she owes me.
That's too
But,
much.
oh man. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Thank y'all for chiming in on my random New York City experience from over the weekend. Yeah, Bucky says
Taxi cab confessions. I love that.
yeah, go to text line. Someone says, come on, BK, you know better. Someone else says, send that hoe bag and invoice. It says, yeah, BK, suck it up. Uber's not giving you money. Just
Yeah, you're
deal
gonna have
with
to
it.
suck that one up. They're not gonna give any money. Hey, you may be able to squeeze Delta, but you're not gonna squeeze Uber.
I guess not. All right, we'll report back if and I'm going to try after the show today, see if I can get something from them. But we'll let you know if anything goes down there. All right, we'll get back into some Texas football in a moment. We'll have some special guests joining us in about 10 minutes. But real quick, I want to get some sponsor shout outs and then a couple of Texas football X factors, guys who have been really standing out in the first week of fall camp, who may play a bigger role for the Longhorns this season than you
Oh
realize.
yeah.
We'll get to those names in a bit, but first, how about a few sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. All the apparel that you're looking for, Texas-themed items, everything you're looking for, scheduled glasses, scheduled T-shirts, they've got them over there. The season's just around the corner. So if you want to still pick up those polos, the wonderful polos and hats that they have over there, please do. Go by and say hello to them. Free parking, plenty of parking spaces, online orders up $59 or above, free curbside pickup. As I said, it's nice to go to a store where you don't have to get out of the car and walk 2 or 3 blocks to get to what you're trying to do. Not at Sue Patrick's, folks. They have got it all. 5222 Burnett Road. And for more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Rocking the Sue Patrick lid this morning. Absolutely love our friends at Sue Patrick. Also love our friends at CentexTickets.com. Oh, yeah, 25 days away from Texas, Ohio State. If you want to be in the shoe, you can get your tickets at CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. And if you're not going to Columbus, well, they've got you covered for every home game for the Longhorns all season long. They are your one-stop shop for Texas football tickets and all of your sporting events and concert tickets and Broadway show tickets. You can find them all in one spot. That is centextickets.com.
Sell all the guys over 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Summer's starting to wind down, but if you're like BK, you're always in the mood for a big party and spending lots of money. So if you go over to 34 Wine and Spirits, get some of those fine wines and liquors that they have. But if you're having a big party, they're a wholesale distributor. They can get it to you. That is 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, where they have the best beer in the world also, and that would be Altstadt Beer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Perfect segue. As always, my man, Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. Football, it's right around the corner. We've got more preseason action in the NFL coming up on Thursday. The Cowboys and Texans will take the field for the first time against other teams on Saturday. Then, the real thing not far away. You need a great beer for your tailgates, for your watch parties, for all of your football watching all season long. Make that Altstadt Beer. They have a number of different brews, something for every palate out there. And every Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, and every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or unnecessary sugars or additives, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But most importantly, you're going to enjoy what you're putting into your system. Your taste buds will thank you later. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Very
All right.
nice.
Couple of sleepers, Buck, and we'll start this conversation and maybe continue it after our guests join us here in a couple of minutes. But three, we've talked a lot about some of the biggest storylines from Texas football fall camp. We've talked a lot about Arch. We've talked a lot about C.J. Baxter's return from his injury. Grayson Littleton, the true freshman who is getting run with the ones on defense at that nickel spot. But there are a couple of guys that I don't think are being talked about enough, that I think are going to play some sort of role for Texas this year. And not just, they might play like a snap here or there. I think these are guys who might actually be X factors for Texas. If the Longhorns are going to win the SEC this year, and if they're going to win the national championship this year, these are three guys who might be big reasons why. One of them is Emmett Mosley, the fifth, the Stanford transfer wide receiver.
Sure.
I don't think we talked about this, but Chris Jackson, he met with the press a little bit last week. And he said, quote, "There's no doubt he'll be one of the guys that will be in our rotation. End of story. We brought him here for a reason," end quote. And Mosley's looked really good in his first couple of practices at Texas. Texas actually was recruiting this kid out of high school, but he tore his ACL early in his senior year. And Texas kind of they backed out, and a bunch of other schools backed out as well.
Sure.
So he ended up, falling to a three-star, and ended up starting his college career at Stanford. But he came off that ACL injury, missed the first month of last year, and caught 48 balls for 525 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's pretty absurd coming off of an ACL injury like that.
Yeah, that dude he's in a sleeve. He ain't wearing anything on his knee.
No. And it's to do that at Stanford with bad quarterback play and bad talent around you. And I think it's noteworthy that, I mentioned he caught 6 touchdowns last year. 4 of his 6 touchdown grabs came on 4th down. So you talk about a guy that was trusted in key spots and big moments at Stanford last season. Think about A.D. Mitchell. 2 years ago, it felt like he was the big catch guy for Texas, even though he was a transfer in his first year. Last year, Matthew Golden, 4th and 13 is the obvious one, but it felt like whenever Texas needed a big play, he was the guy that Quinn Ewers turned to, and it worked. So even though Emmett Mosley's a first-year player, and you've got a few guys who have been here, he could be that go-to guy in crucial moments for Texas. So don't sleep on Emmett Mosley the fifth.
Well, yeah, Isaiah Bond, when he was here, they got nothing out of him. And that was he ended up being a guy. I think there were so many high expectations of him coming from Alabama. I don't think he didn't add very much to anything. He may have scared some defenses even when his ankle was bummed up, but he played like a thoroughbred. He had to be 100% well. He just didn't do very much for me as a wide receiver. He wasn't consistent enough even when he was healthy. Now, he could run, he could fly, and that does something to your defense. But on a consistent basis, and you bring him in for a reason, it ended up being really no reason,
Yeah. He was good early on in the season, but once he got hurt, things kind of fell apart. And like you said,
Yeah.
he's a guy who relies so much on his speed, and your ankle's not 100%. Like, part of me wonders if the coaches did him wrong and kind of did the whole situation wrong by like trying to put him out there as often as they did versus like,
Instead of
hey,
letting him heal up, period.
yeah, let's just shut this dude down for like 3 to 4 weeks. Like, you're trying to win an SEC title, so it's not easy to do that. But it's like, hey, let's shut this guy down and get him
But
100%.
by the time you got hurt, you knew you had enough to win certain games. You knew you were going to be Mississippi State team. You knew you were going to beat teams like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the Oklahoma game was when he got hurt the first time. And, I mean, you had Georgia the next week, and then, you're in the heart of your SEC schedule, and I don't know. It was a weird situation, and again, hindsight is 2020. So maybe if Sark could do things a little bit differently, he would have said, "Yeah, let's give this guy a couple of weeks off before we bring him back." But Golden was the guy last year. He was the transfer that made the difference, and Texas only brought in one transfer this year. So if there is one who's going to do it at wide receiver, it will be Emmett Mosley the fifth.
Yeah, they haven't made many mistakes when it's come to who they've chosen to come here as a wide receiver. So, I mean, I'm not complaining about Bond. It's just that I thought he was going to be a lot better. And once again, certain guys, if they get hurt, and wide receivers, running backs, some of those guys get banged up. They're not quite the same at all.
At all. All right, we will get to the other two X Factors here in a moment, but we have two X Factors joining us right now.
Nice.
Buck, we've announced a couple of different times our partnership with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. That's an organization that has been near and dear to your heart for a number of years. You've donated to them for a long, long time. A quick blurb. I think most people know about St. Jude and the work that they do, but St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is one of the leading pediatric research and treatment centers in the world that focuses on treating and curing childhood cancer and other life-threatening diseases. What makes St. Jude special is families never have a bill, not for treatment, not for travel, not for housing, not for anything like that. Family, they shouldn't worry about having to pay stuff while they're trying to keep their kids alive and making sure their kids are comfortable. So the work that St. Jude does in our community and all over the world is tremendous. They were founded in 1962. They've raised more than $10 billion to their life-saving work. And we've got a couple of special guests who work with St. Jude joining us right now. We've got Jana and we've got Carly, kind enough to talk about St. Jude, but also a big event coming to Austin, Texas on September 27th, something that you and I, Buck, will be a part of, and Texas Sports Unfiltered will be a part of it as well. It's the walk coming to the pitch in Austin. So we'll get into all of that in a moment. But Jana, Carly, how are y'all doing this morning? Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time, BK. We're really happy to be here. So excited to get to speak to everybody that's tuning in right now about this amazing life-changing event that we have coming up in September.
Yeah,
it's just amazing the work that St. Jude has been doing, as BK said, since 1962. Of course, I remember. I mean, I'm a monthly donor to St. Jude's and a contributor to what the hospital and the people are about there, and it's remarkable. I remember when Danny Thomas was doing stuff for St. Jude's back in the 60s. That's how far back I go. So it is it's remarkable work. It's incredible work, and it's hard work. It's hard work for the people that work at the hospital, and especially when it comes to children with cancer. It's I mean, we watch the commercials, we see it, but for the people that do it every day, live and in person, or for the parents that have kids that have childhood cancer, it's just got to be so hard. And for people, we hear about cancer every day. We're affected by cancer some way, shape, or form with family members, relatives, friends. But when it comes to your own child, it has got to be a burden for parents that is just incredible.
It's really hard to put into words. And I always think about it, we budget for things like their college fund or for their car when they turn 16, but nobody ever thinks about budgeting for childhood cancer, which can cost upwards of $500,000 to over $1 million. So it's just to walk into the doors of St. Jude and they literally rip the bills right in front of your face to show you that this is all free. Even your food, even the Starbucks on site is all free. That to me, I feel like would be a whole out of body experience in itself. It is amazing. And thanks to people like you, Bucky, for being a partner in hope and donating monthly. We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I appreciate what you guys are doing. The walk that's going to be some fun now. That ought to be something that people love to do. I mean, there'll be men, women, there'll be children in that walk, I got to believe, here in September.
Oh, yeah.
That it should be an awful lot of fun because there's nothing like kids giving to kids. That's even better. You know, when you got a healthy child and that healthy child is going to be on that walk with you in September, that's going to be an awful lot. That's going to be a great thrill for everybody involved. And Jana, let people know that at ways that you can really donate to St. Jude's. Like I said, I do monthly, I do quarterly. You know, St. Jude's sends me, of course, they'll send me the pads to write on them. I've got them all over my car. I got them all over my house, but they do some neat things. They really, really do. And it's got to be an awful lot of fun for you guys to be involved with it.
Yeah, thanks again for having us this morning. It is an honor to be the St. Jude event chair in Austin. This is my third year. So yeah, we're super excited. This year, there are a few ways that you can still get involved. You can obviously still make a team if you want. You can donate to Bucky and BK's team if you guys are listening and you guys are on that team. Mm-hmm. We have one more fundraising night with Amy's. So all of the Amy's locations in Texas will be sharing their profits with us on August 27th. So if you're anywhere near an Amy's, definitely check that out on the 27th. It's all day at any of the locations. And 5% of those proceeds will go right back to our walk in September. And then for the entire month of September, there are 9 Amy's locations that will have us on as their roundup partner. So when you check out at Amy's, it asks if you want to round up for a cause in September. That will be for the St. Jude Walk. And yeah, like I said, feel free to donate at the event website, create a team, volunteer with us. Yeah, we're happy to have me and all.
Yeah, Jana, talk about Amy's. The walk. This is your third. Yeah. Amy's ice cream. Bucky loves that, so he'll get that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the 27th. So y'all will take care of there. But talk about the day of the walk itself. I think it used to be like a walk/run, and thankfully y'all dropped the run part of the title because I'm not doing that. I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, we dropped the run part. Obviously, we wanted to make it more accessible to all, to all, and wanted to really focus on more of the event day and the experience of being on site with all of us over having to race and compete next to each other. We want everyone to have a good time. We want everyone to get, a little exercise. We do have a good route at our location, so you can do a good almost 3-mile walk if you wanted to. There's little activations around the route as well. Amy's will be on the route, so if you're really into Amy's, you can see them there too. But yeah, it's mostly a family-friendly experience that day of, to really celebrate everyone that comes together to support St. Jude, especially in our Austin market. Carly and I love to get out there on that day and just really get to know the community more. We do a lot, I feel like, behind the scenes, but also all year round. And it's really a nice culmination of everyone's efforts in the community on our committee and everyone at the hospital to kind of get together and just celebrate the work that we're doing and the continued research that is happening at St. Jude.
And St. Jude has had, Carly has had great success in curing a lot of these kids that have childhood cancer. I mean, that the percentages are really high that if you get your child in there and get the kind of care that they need for childhood cancer, that they can be cured from it. And it's been so successful. And I'm telling you, without the help of St. Jude's, there'd be so many more casualties of childhood cancer without, and there are many different places besides St. Jude's. We know there's hospitals all over, and Austin has a great hospital for children. But what St. Jude's has done with the numbers and the numbers that they've saved is incredible. And that's through the donations of people helping getting parents to get their kids there. Because some parents, I mean, if you're off by a month and not getting your child, to St. Jude's, I mean, that could cost a kid's life. So these donations are very, very important. And this event is very important.
Yeah. And sorry, Carly. I will say that's definitely one of my favorite parts, Bucky. Kind of what you just said about how there are several other children's hospitals around and everything. A lot of that research that happens at St. Jude goes directly to those children's hospitals everywhere else. So it is an incredible cause, and the continued research is really what gets me.
Yeah, Carly, I'd love either of y'all, if y'all have numbers from last year, how much y'all were able to raise last year, but also goals for this year, right? I mean, is there a certain number in terms of, participants in the walk, money that you're trying to raise? What what are y'all looking to accomplish, and what can our listeners help y'all achieve this year?
So I want to start with the big picture. So by being a part of this walk, you are a part of the largest walk in the country, because we have 41 walks happening across the country to honor Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And so last year we had over 65,000 walkers out there across the country. And so you, Austin, are a part of that too, and you can be a part of that. We had about 1,500 at our event last year. We're hoping to get 2,000 this year. And we are really hoping to raise $200,000 for St. Jude. And as a whole, last year we raised over $14 million through the walks. So I just think it's an incredible movement to be a part of, and we would love to see you all out there. I know I can't wait to hear Bucky up there on stage for our event.
Look out,
That's the big news. That's the big news. Bucky and Bob Pickett, maybe somebody else, going to be emceeing the event together. So you get Amy's eyes. Biggest thing is you're making a difference for kids in our community and all over the world. That's why you should show up. But also you get to hear Bucky, and you get some Amy's ice cream along the way. Like that's as good as it gets right there.
Well, it's also amazing because this is meant to be a big celebration, a way to celebrate all of our fundraisers, but also it's a way to offer hope to our patient families that are going to be out there on event day. We will have some patient speakers. It's just a way to really bring the community together, and it's healing.
Yeah, definitely. And the good news is it's on September 27th, and Texas does not play on September 27th. So no excuses for any of you tuned in. Oh, there's a Longhorn game. I got to go to a tailgate. I got to try. It's an open day for Texas, and it's in the morning too. So you can, be a part of this great event. You can still get home and watch some of your other football. Jana, you're wearing an LSU shirt. Our listeners have paid attention to that. They're not real thrilled with that, but you got to rep your team. But that's the good news. It's in the morning, so you can go back home. You can go back home and watch college football, right?
Yes.
It's a great setup. Yeah, Jana actually ends all of her emails, Buck, with "Go Tigers."
Yeah, it's my daughter's a Tiger. Believe me, I had to hear that too.
Yes. We're hoping for a better year this year for the Tigers.
You better have a better year this year.
We better. We better. It's time.
Yeah. So thank you all so much for joining us, Buck. You got one more question?
Yeah, I just people can continue to donate even after this event is over with. St. Jude's is a their monthly contribution. I know you see it all over the TV screens. They've got stuff for pets. They've got stuff for everything. St. Jude's is that $19 a month donation is a big deal. People say it doesn't seem like very much. I mean, it's like 63 cents a day or something. But let me tell you, that is huge for St. Jude's. Your monthly donation of $19 a month goes an awful long way to providing care for not only the children, but for the families that have to go there. They've got to drive there. They've got to find a way to get there. They get their kids there. They're housed there. And as they said, hey, not even a cup of coffee costs them a cent. And that's big. That's a lot of pressure off of a family that has a kid with childhood cancer. So keep up the good work, folks out there. It gets better and better every day for St. Jude's, I believe.
Truly. We thank you
so much.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and there's a link if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. You can donate to the Texas Sports Unfiltered team. But last thing for y'all, just generic donations to St. Jude. And if folks want to sign up to be a part of the walk, what's the best way for them to do that?
stjude.org/walk Austin.
Yes.
Plain and simple. Love it. Well, Carly, Jana, thank y'all so much for joining us. We'll probably have one or two or more of these conversations before the event on September 27th, but really appreciate the work that y'all do, most importantly, and thanks for spreading the word about the walk and everything St. Jude has going on.
Thank you for your time, ladies.
Yeah, thank y'all so much.
No problem.
See you out there.
Absolutely. Can't wait.
Go Tigers.
Can't wait. There's Carly, there's Jana, and a go Tiger. We shouldn't have let her get away with that. We should have ended that a second before. But no, good stuff. Obviously, those ladies making a tremendous impact. And Buck, again, you know it better than I do. The work that St. Jude does in our community and all over the world is second to none. And that's got to be the worst thing ever. I think we're going to have a conversation with a St. Jude family, at least the mother of a St. Jude patient at some point before the walk. And that's got to be just the most devastating thing to hear as a parent, that your child has cancer and St. Jude, the work that they've done looking for a cure. They've helped save so many lives over the years, and also just taking the stress and financial burden off of a family going through that. I mean, it really is the Lord's work that they're doing, and it's such a great organization, and we're really thrilled to be out there for the walk, but more importantly, get to call TSU a partner with what they have going on.
Yeah, I mean, the children that have that childhood cancer, it's just to watch them, PK, and watch them hooked up and going into machines and the things that they have to do in order just to survive and have a decent day is incredible and so hard for them. And just the financial burden is a lot for their parents. Their parents would give everything they could to have their child cured from cancer, but it's just a lot of them just don't have the money, and that's why these donations are really, really important. That's why I said $19 a month. That's nothing. That you're not giving up anything, but you're helping more than one family with your $19. You just got to think of it how that trickles down to all of those families all over Central Texas. I think their main place is in Memphis, Tennessee. I think that's where St. Jude's Hospital is. It started out in Memphis, Tennessee, and boy, they take on an awful lot, and they take on people from all over the world, not just from the United States. They take them all over the world to get to Memphis to do that, to have that care, and that is they do a great job of it.
Yeah, they do. And don't forget, if you are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, there is a link in the video description of today's episode where you can click on that link and donate directly to our Texas Sports Unfiltered team. Look, if you donate to us, that's great, but just donate. Just support the cause. It doesn't have to be through us, but we would love to see y'all out there on September 27th. Again, Bucky is going to be one of the MCs of the event. I'll be walking in the event. I think we'll have a few other TSU folks who are in attendance as well. And September 27th, it is an open date for the Texas Longhorns. So no excuses. This is a great thing that you could do, and it's in the morning, so it shouldn't be too hot. You can still watch your football in the afternoon and in the evening. But stjude.org to learn more, and definitely sign up for the walk. And you could still create a team for your organization or for your family as well. And I'll also say this: if you're listening on the app, just text in. If you're looking for a link to donate to our team, send us a text on the Coda text line, and I will send you a direct link to how you can donate to the TSU team this year. All right. Good stuff there. Thanks again to Carly and Janet for joining us, Buck. All right. The other two X factors for Texas football that I wanted to bring up here, and before we bring on the guys and get to the latest WNBA news, we've got an update on sex toy gate, dildo gate. I don't really know what we're calling it. It's a tough transition.
I need to find out who I want to know who the perpetrator is.
We've got that news, and that perpetrator might be going to jail. So we'll get you that story in a second. But two other Longhorns again that I wanted to mention. Ryan Niblett, Buck, the guy who's played like 18 different positions during his Texas career. I think he's back working with the wide receivers now, right? He started as a receiver.
They found out where he is now, finally.
Like, that's what he was. And then, last year when Baxter and Clark got hurt, they moved him to running back. And then those guys came back. They moved him to defensive back. And then, Texas, I think, has enough at DB now. So they're like, all right, let's just move you back to wide receiver. That's your natural position, whatever. Something that stood out to me last week, DeAndre Moore was being interviewed, and he was asked, like, hey, who's the fastest player on the team? And there's a ton of speed on this Texas team, right? The athletes that they have, it's ridiculous. He said Ryan Niblett is the fastest guy on the team. So we heard from Jeff Banks that Niblett has been one of the guys working in the return game, right? DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner, they were the other two guys. I mean, Moore might be this team's best receiver. Wisner might be this team's best running back. And for Ryan Niblett to be mentioned in that group shows that he has skill, but it also shows that the coaching staff trusts him, which is obviously a big thing, Buck. You know it better than I do in the return game. Like, Ryan Niblett in the return game, maybe on offense, maybe on defense, who knows? But he's going to be out there doing something for Texas this year.
Yeah, block me a couple punts, will you? Off the corner, off the edge.
It's funny you say that because I think he could be this year's Keelan Robinson, right?
Yeah, if he's got that quick twitch like that, let me see that on special teams for sure.
Yeah, and Jeff Banks called him phenomenal and dynamic last week. Like, those are strong words. Those are very positive things to say about somebody else. So, Yeah, I think, Niblett's kind of been an afterthought. Usually, if a guy's changing positions that much, he's just not really good at anything, and now we just need bodies, so we're putting him out there. No, I mean, Niblett, it sounds like, look, he's a good enough athlete to where he can actually contribute at a few different spots on the field. And again, I mean, that type of speed, if he could be Keelan Robinson this year, because he was
Yes.
great for Texas 2 years ago in that third phase, that'd be great for Texas in that third phase this year.
Yeah, I'm real interested in what Burmeister will bring to the table as a punter, because when you have a defense the way Texas has again this year for the third year in a row, boy, you're talking about changing field position and really keeping offenses in a hole and giving your offensive line and a group that probably going to take a couple games to get it going, to give them an opportunity with a great punter is going to be special early in this. Well, it's going to be special the entire season, not just early in the season, but for the entire season to have a great punter. This guy could become, if he's banging him at 44, 45 BK, this guy can become a great punter.
I think so. I mean, his college average, I think, is 44.8 over his career to this point. So you'd like to think he's, getting even better by the year. And heard from multiple sources who have watched some of these Texas practices that, like, there's a massive difference between what Texas had in the punting game last year and what they've got with Burmeister here this year. And they keep talking about the hang time. Yeah, they keep talking about the hang time too, because that helps too. Like, obviously the distance is a big deal, but the ball in the air for a long time, allowing your gunners to get down there and make a play, or just to prevent a big return from happening. Like, Texas didn't have that last year. There were a lot of low line drives going like 38 yards.
No, that he'll be a big factor in what happens through the whole season.
Yeah, so I like that. I think Burmeister can be your third X factor right there. Also, Christian Clark is a name I was going to bring up too. Again, he's, it's a logjam in that running back room, Buck, with Wisner and with Baxter and with Gibson. But Christian Clark, he's basically 100%. And Tashard Choice compared this guy to Bijan. He also said at one point last year, quote, if he gets faster, he'll be in a league of his own, end quote. Wow. He's got tree trunks for leg. Like, this dude looks like an NFL running back. We don't know what it is. We haven't seen it at Texas. But if he truly is 100%, and he is what his old running backs coach thought he was going to be, then he could be a big time weapon for this Longhorn offense.
Absolutely.
So hopefully that's the case. All right, see Double R in the waiting room here. See
so what's up with Big Schlong-gate?
So we've got an update on. Is that what they're calling it now? Big Schlong-gate?
I mean, if you're going to throw that bad boy out there, I got to know who's doing it.
So yeah, that's the scene. I think most people have seen either the picture or the video of.
It's Gumby's wiener.
Yeah, the greeny weenie.
The green weenie, Gumby's wiener. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a Baylor uniform, the color of that thing.
Yeah, Seattle Seahawks, man. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the 12th dick right there that was thrown on the field.
That's awesome.
But this happened a week ago. It blew up. It went viral. The final minute of a WNBA game in Atlanta, and some fan who at the time was obviously unidentified, he threw this giant green sex toy on the court. They had to delay the game for a few minutes, and someone eventually, it looked like everyone was scared of it at first, thinking maybe it was like used, and it's like, is this sticky? Like, I don't really want to touch this.
Don't be afraid of it. Just get your hands around that thing and let's go.
Yeah, just act like you're at home.
That's right.
Well done. Just get your hands around that thing and let's go. Man, is that a line that works for you, Buck?
Hell yeah, let's go, man.
I like that. So we have an update and we have an arrest from this story, gentlemen. So this happened last Tuesday, and police in College Park, Georgia, have told ESPN, they told them yesterday that they arrested Delbert Carver on Saturday after he allegedly threw this sex toy on the court during last week's Golden State Atlanta game. It's a 23-year-old guy, and he faces counts of disorderly conduct, public indecency / indecent exposure, and criminal trespass.
Wow. Trespass?
That feels like a lot, right? For just a fun little prank of throwing a dildo on the court.
Yeah, just a guy trying to have a good time at the game,
He bought a ticket.
He bought a ticket. He's doing a bit, and he's bringing a lot of attention to the WNBA, isn't he? I mean, this has been the biggest story in the league over the last week, so they should be praising him for
They
this.
hit him
No,
trespass because they kicked him out. That's why they tacked that on. That was a tack on.
He's starting a trend because I think that somebody else did it like a couple of days later.
Was he the originator, or did he come back for Act 2?
I don't know.
Oh, we got a dog barking here. I don't know whose dog. Oh, it's Double R's dog with the barking going on there.
Like.
So, okay, I guess I get that, Wags, right? Criminal trespass, that makes sense. Disorderly conduct, you throw something on the court, that's probably like the generic charge that you get.
Right, a tackle on, sure.
But this is public indecency / indecent exposure? It wasn't like he showed his schlong.
Yeah, we can have guys walking around in thongs and shaking their nuts right in front of little girls and little boys, but this is not okay. So
is that not a crime, what you just described?
You got to sign yourself in as, those.
Oh, he has to be on a list for this?
Yeah. He's gonna have to sign in. If you indecent exposure,
It's not like he cut his own off and threw it.
Minors around there, right?
Yeah.
They didn't want to be. Their parents were dragging them out there, I'm sure.
They didn't want to be there.
Hashtag convenience, guys. Hashtag convenience.
Yeah.
Like obviously these are apples to oranges scenarios, but
sure.
I just think of the Texas Georgia game last year and all the students who threw water bottles on the field to get that call changed. Way to go, students. More students should be doing that because clearly it works. Bullying works. Remember that, kids going into school. If this happened at a Texas game, like a Texas football game, or even like an NBA game, do they identify this guy, or were they able to find him because it's a WNBA game and there were probably like 2,000 people in the stands?
I don't know about that because Shane Gillis said that there was a 4-time NBA All-Star in the stands at the ESPYs, and people thought that was legit. So, I mean, you might be onto something, but I don't know because of Shane Gillis's joke. So,
like, are they looking this hard? But if this happens at an NBA game, like, are they going to find the guy who threw this? Would it be that easy?
Well,
they would find a guy. They'd throw him out and take his season tickets if he has season tickets just for being stupid. Just keep your dildo at your house. It's almost like, there's other bits, but this is kind of silly.
You said he was 23? 23
How old
years
is he?
old?
23.
Oh, you know what he did. He told somebody. He told somebody, and somebody narked on him.
Oh, yeah, somebody. Yeah, somebody squealed. He brought that in, and he got it. He got it to where he wanted to, or threw it, or whatever. Nobody saw him, but he told a friend who told a friend who told somebody else. Told somebody else with the organization. Yeah.
Now, is this the second tosser?
This is the first tosser.
Okay.
This is the original.
They have not found the second tosser yet.
Oh, they'll find that one too.
We're not talking about salads for those who are curious, but there was another incident where a dildo was thrown on the court of a WNBA game. So
Shrek dong.
And it's interesting because the second incident happened in Chicago. But they were also playing the Golden State team. So the Valkyries have been in on this bit in 2 different cities now.
Wow.
I wonder if these are targeted attacks.
Let them cook.
Well,
we've been trying for a long time. Buck.
Could this be a road team assassin?
Could be. Well, it sounds like the first guy got arrested, so maybe he's working with a couple of others.
There's a operation, there's a network going down.
Yeah, and I want to correct your comparison there, BK. This isn't apples to oranges.
Guys, hold on. I'm sorry. I got to go to 1 second.
This isn't apples to oranges. This is apples to cucumbers is what this is. That looks more like a cucumber. I saw that Sophie Cunningham told, she was like, y'all quit throwing dildos on the court. You're going to hurt us.
That was what she said. She tweeted that, or did she said that?
She said
you could twist an ankle on that hard rubber thing. You could. That thing slips and you step on it, you could twist an ankle.
Yeah, you hit that top part where it's a little thicker, and that could be a soft tissue injury right there that could require some time off.
Now you can't let her cook; she won't be able to cook.
She can't cook. Absolutely can't cook.
Yeah, the WNBA, they released a statement and they said, in line with WNBA arena security standards, any fan who intentionally throws an object onto the court will be immediately ejected and face a minimum 1-year ban, in addition to being subject to arrest and prosecution by local authorities.
Yeah, you just don't want anybody throwing anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Just you don't want that water bottles and everything else. Texas fans know how to throw those water bottles. you can get those bottles out. You just don't want anybody to get hurt because of
that. That's the thing, Bucky, because it's like, I get it. It's humorous or whatever, but somebody takes it to the next level. And that's where, I mean, seriously, I mean, let's say that you do hit one of the ladies with that thing. I mean, it could end bad, so just calm down up in the stands. You know what I mean?
Or it could end good. Who knows?
He knew what he was doing. He was accurate with his aim. He wasn't going to hit anybody. He was just going to, land one on the court. And
we can't have 6 or 7 of those a game on the court.
Still, how do you get that in there? I mean, because it's like going to these venues. I mean, they're like, they check everything. I mean, it's like they check your handbag if you have that. At AT&T Stadium.
Very simple, Rodney. He hit it in his butt.
I was going to say, you ever heard of keistering double R? Usually you keister, some drugs or something.
He had that. He didn't want to let the hamster loose, so he pulled that out instead.
Man, that's a lot to hide right there. Jeez Louise.
I don't know how Delbert was able to get all of that in there. I got some questions now for old 23-year-old. Is it? Yeah, Delbert. Delbert.
Maybe Delbert brought it. He hid it in his popcorn.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's plastic. I feel like you could put that, like you could leave it in your pocket when you walk through security, and it would set off the detector. And then look, are the people? Maybe he put it in a place where it looked like his own, so no one can be like.
Could have been in his right pocket. Yeah.
You can't get ejected for having an erection walking into the game, can you?
Jeez, imagine you come walking in with sweats and you look over to one leg and it's like, man, look at that thing. Jeez.
Yeah, Buck, maybe that's a problem for you. Or you walk in, it's like, whoa, you can't take that weapon in here, sir. But
you got to go leave that weapon in the parking lot.
That's unsafe for everybody else.
Can you leave that weapon in your car?
Yeah. I've never had that asked of me, so I don't know. I don't know what that's like.
I don't go to the game, so I won't have to worry about tripping over one of those.
There you go.
Or anybody else at the game.
I'm
going to look for a cook.
I'm going to the baseball game to do what that dude was doing in the stands last week, with the girl. That if I'm going to the baseball game, maybe this.
Now that was totally ridiculous.
That's a little much.
That one you're going to have to sign yourself in for.
Yeah, that's way worse than throwing a green schlong on the court, isn't it?
Yes.
Like everyone's seeing you doing this, and there's kids right next to you, and like that's you're having sex in a crowded public place.
Jeez. Well, don't say crowded. Remember where that was in a public place. We'll say.
No one's going to the Yankees.
Yeah, that was New York. That's right, because we said that it needed to happen in Miami. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The way the Yankees have
those are like the seats I was getting when I was going to Yankee Stadium. Going down there where if you go too quick and you go over the rail, you're going out onto the field somewhere.
Nice. Yeah.
All right, boys. Listen, have a good one. I'm headed off to take some money from my buddies today.
Oh, golf day.
Yeah, man. I'm over my spider bite. I don't think I can take those tablets before I go out there in that sun. No, I don't think that's a decongestant kind of deal. I don't think I don't need to be dried up out there, right? I need to be hydrated.
Oh, yeah, your Benadryl? Yeah.
I don't think I take Benadryl before I go out in the heat, right?
I wouldn't.
That doesn't seem like it makes sense. No.
You're asking the right people for that question.
Yeah. The ones who ain't going near the heat anyway.
Yeah. No, don't take one, Bucky. Take 2.
Yes. All right, boys. Y'all be good.
Right.
Get them straight, my man.
I'll wait until I think Wags had to make a run for the John, didn't he?
Yeah, Wags is dealing with a little bit of I think his family just came back from Mexico, and he said they came back with something. I guess the poops. I don't think the shits are contagious, but I don't question anything. It's like, okay, you whatever, So I've never gotten the shits as a communicable disease or a communicable virus.
What did they bring back? They bring back the water with them and make Wags drink it or something?
That's what I thought. Did they bring you back a flask of genuine Mexican? Look at this guy wiping his ears or wiping his eyes. Holy smoke. You all right, buddy?
No. I wish. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what's going on. We're all sick.
Is it all stomach stuff? Is it?
Yeah. It's very disgusting. It's like my asshole sneezing.
Eat OLIPOP. It'll clean you out.
Nope.
Confirms the insides.
Dude, I don't get it. I didn't go to Mexico. I didn't eat. I the only thing I tasted was tequila, but that's distilled.
Well, there you go.
No, that's distilled, dude.
How much tequila?
I only took 2 shots, but it didn't taste like tequila. It had it was a peach tequila or some shit. I can't, but again, it doesn't have like an alcohol remnants afterwards. You know what I mean? When you taste it, it doesn't have that like
right.
When you taste our tequila. This was fantastic. But I only took 2 little shots and it was fantastic. But they didn't drink any of that yesterday either. I just tried it. But
what'd you have for dinner last night? What fast food establishment did you?
No fast food, man. No fast food. Actually had the twisted Cobb salad from Jack Allen's Kitchen, man, and they don't ever put me under. So
no,
Jude.
Oh man,
Jude.
They can't do anything wrong. Are you gonna make it?
Yeah, I will. It's what?
Yeah, we'll be all right.
My contractions are. Whoa. What are we going? What are we on point? We're averaging like 9 minutes.
Traction.
You know.
Oh my god.
9 minutes here,
dude. If you give birth on this show, we're all gonna make
sweating.
some money.
Like I'm sweating. The house is on 72, and I'm sweating. Like it's sweat rolling down your belly button as it's just gross. It's just
Well, yeah. Let me know if you do need to leave to give birth during the show. And
I don't think there's anything left really. Like in poor Reed, like Reed didn't even sleep all night. He's been up all through the night just going at it, man.
Both ends.
Yeah, he did. He had.
Nice.
Yeah, it was gross. So, just
gross.
Just a useless, worthless feeling, right?
Sucks when it's simultaneous.
You got to grab the bucket while you're on the throne. Yeah,
squirting out the back and heaving.
Poor Elvis, man. Poor Elvis.
Poor Elvis.
What a way to go.
All right, we got a lot to break down though. I mean, we're like five teams into the top 5. BK, thank you so much, man. I want to say, I'm good, but if I got to pop off here, I'm sure Rodney can roll for like a minute or 2 or 5 minutes, man.
All right, y'all holler. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Text me if you need me.
See you later.
Talking shit. That's what we do on this show, right? Welcome to another edition of Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That is double R. You can find me on Twitter, not the fake Wags, and then on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. My partner in crime, he is the Rodney R on brand X/Twitter, and then the _ Rodney R on Instaface. Smash that Coda text line if you hadn't done so already. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Lottery numbers for the Coda text line 512-222-9328. All right, my brother, how you doing? You said you never caught any of this stuff when you went down there?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Cozumel like is its own island.
The
right?
water
off
the water
to the east.
The water is the thing that can get you. I mean, but it's you got to watch the spices. You got to watch the different stuff. There was one thing that I ate that kind of you know when something's not going to work for you because you continually taste it, and it's like, okay, I still have that taste.
Like the residue.
Yeah. And it's like when you eventually start puking all over yourself, it's like there it is. I mean, it's out. But no, I mean I'm pretty lucky with that my guts are pretty solid when it comes to that. But I'm kind of dealing with a crisis here that I think I'm about to have to address today. Is do you have a beer fridge? Do you have a fridge out in your garage?
I mean, I guess that's what you could call that is our beer fridge. No beer, like it's just an overflow fridge, right? Like,
yeah,
I got a liquor cabinet, but I really don't have that much beer in my house,
Yeah.
And honestly, the only reason why the liquor is still in the cabinet is because we don't drink that much.
Yeah, I had to go out there this morning to the secondary cooling unit out in the garage and get something, not an alcoholic beverage. And I think it's on the blink.
Say what time we at, man?
No, it's I had to get some, and I think it's on the blink. So if
you need a new fridge,
well, I'm going to need an old fridge because that one out there, I'm not going to spend a lot of money for that.
Right, that's just your beer fridge. Well,
that one's 24 years old.
Why don't you have a fridge in your damn studio?
Well, unless
your motivation to eat is the only reason why you're going downstairs or leaving your studio and going to see your family, because that's what my wife does.
Usually what happens out there, it's the frozen TV dinners, which the freezer seems fine. It's that stuff, and then maybe the pops, the soda waters, obviously the beer. There may be some of that stuff out there. Any medications that we may need, we put that stuff out there because the inside fridge is pretty full of healthy food. So, but yeah, if that thing is on the blink, that's so if you guys know of a great place to get a secondary refrigerator that ain't going to cost me an arm and a leg, hit your boy up here, because can't go without the secondary cooling unit out in the garage.
I can't even think of a general appliance place right now.
And the thing is, it ain't worth getting it fixed because it's 26 years old. It's been working and it just works totally fine. So, it's done its due. It's done its due. It was one of those old good products that was made with pride and quality back in the day. So anyway,
God, Jason, this is like I'm training and getting back in shape for wrestling here. Last night, grilled chicken and broccoli. Well, it's not wrestling. For wrestling, you'd only have like a handful of peanuts a day. You know what I mean? And then after your match, you'd be wolfing down ice cream or a half gallon of ice cream. Grilled chickens and broccoli, carb-free August.
That is good. That sounds
you, buddy.
I've been eating cleaner. The wife has found some really good stuff.
What will potassium stop me up?
I was gonna say eat some prunes, eat some cheese. Just eat some hardcore cheese. You know what you need? You need some of that. You need some of that government cheese. Some of that Rico.
No, amigo. Actually, you're right. That does stop you up. That absolutely stops you up. That and the crackers can last you. You can last an entire war campaign on the cheese, peanut butter, and the crackers. Where do you want to go first, man? We got a lot to get into. We got 5 teams to break down. We're going to break down our top 20 starting today. We have been behind.
Hey, you need me to go drop you some of these off?
No, we're good. Did Corbin give you more of them? There's no way you haven't finished all that.
I've got 2 left. I've got 2 left for crackers. You need one or both. I'll give them to you, man. I'll sacrifice that. I feel bad about not inviting you to golf, so I'll give you the cheese.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna guilt trip. My family was really good at the guilt trip. I mean, they were fantastic at it. Like if I didn't do something like like my grandfather with the disappointing dad routine. Oh my God, did he have it mastered? Did he? Son. I understand why I just can't believe that you did it. It was just, I understand why, but I can't believe you did it. I'm very disappointed.
I know.
I mean, when he would lean on you like that, it was just like, because you're beating yourself up the most about it, right? Thinking that he's going to come down so hard on you. And then he's just like so disappointed that he can't even talk about it, right? Like you can't even talk about it. You're just like, fuck, what did I do?
Yeah. And it's like, seriously, just beat the living shit out of me. Stop
right. Exactly. I'm going to go grab the belt and the sticks. Yeah, I mean, he only hit me with the belt once, but
it's like I can't believe after all. I'm like, no, don't, man. Here's my belt. Here's my belt. Swing it.
Rodney's trying to go for Rodney's trying to get his own brand sponsorship with the Department of Defense with that damn cheese. Okay,
I'm gonna get drafted.
Trying to get on a government contract.
I'm gonna get drafted. You guys, I know about mini fridges, but we need a full size fridge out there because it's. Like I said, like Wag said, it's more of a secondary overflow because there's a lot that goes in there. Mini fridge will just be whatever. But dude, I do like the mini fridge idea up here. That's really. I actually had one
mini fridge, but it was a really cool. It was an awesome cooler. Do you remember Sparks back in the day? It was like the energy drink that had alcohol in it.
Yeah.
And when I was in Hawaii, I had like a Sparks cooler. It was big, like a can. You know what I mean? And we would just load nothing. I mean, that was. Haul that damn thing around the back of the truck on the island of Oahu, man. Just drinking nothing but beer. That was again. I don't drink that much for a reason anymore. Wild Marine Corps days. Yeah. Where do you want to go? Well, you want to get into the top 20 first? We got anything to get into first on this Tuesday? This wonderful Tuesday.
Only thing I wanted to mention when it comes to Texas football is you and I have been talking about the Texas offensive line and kind of that that group being the one that we're kind of more focused.
Sure.
With Kojo going down, with Andre Kojo going down, it looked like he was going to have quite the battle there at right tackle. With him going down, and Brandon Baker apparently will now be that, but it's like, okay, that's a little concerning, because now you've got to figure out the depth part, because it looked like you had two guys there, formidable to do that job. But now it's like, okay, let's get the depth thing figured out. So
yeah, injuries are never good, especially when it's on your offensive line and you're supplementing that offensive line as an entire unit, right? Like,
yeah. So anyway, that's kind of a storyline to watch. Because it is. I think that offensive line is something where I know that it's going to be fine. I think Baker's going to be great, but it's like, what if something happens to him? But you can what if yourself to death. It's just something I think you think of when it comes to depth and so forth. And we'll watch it. We'll watch and see what that happens. That's
usually you're doing yourself a disservice when you what if, right? Like, let stuff just play out. Like, I often say that we would be in much better situations sometimes if we would be aggressive. Like, I want to be aggressive, right? But my wife's usually like, she likes to lay up a lot. She likes to I like to basically be Roy McIlroy and knock the damn thing on the green, you know what I mean, with the last ball, basically. All right, where you want to go first, partner?
Well, let's dive in,
man. I'm gonna let you drive, because if I gotta pop out and jump out for a minute or two, you'll feel more comfortable.
Yeah, no, it's totally good. So let's dive in again. Our top 20, the Chaos Theory top 20 that we do every year, and here we go. We know we're a couple of days behind, but so
we're gonna do some make goods. All right, we're gonna do 5 today to get you up to SMU, and then carry on out with 1 game a day from here on out.
Yeah. So here we go. Number 20. Number 20.
We need a sounder, damn it.
I know, man. I know. I want to get one of those boards like BK has. I actually need one of those. I got
one. I don't know if I have an extra one for you, but let me see.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll figure that out. Number 20, the purple. What's it called? The purple. What did Rod B used to call them? The purple. I can't think of what he used to
purple
call
kryptonite.
Purple kryptonite. There they are, the Kansas State Wildcats, out of the Big 12, my man, out of the Big 12. And I think what's going to be cool about this whole top 20 that we're about to do is anytime that we address the Big 12, you're going to hear me say the Big 12 is just so wide open to me. It's as much as I don't want to give a shit about the Big 12, I give a shit about the Big 12, my man.
So there's really, in my opinion, there's really 2 teams that can contest. Well, that look like the front runners for the Big 12 right now, and Kansas State is one of them. They're going to be tested immediately right out of the gate with Iowa State on the 23rd.
What a way to start! I mean that's badass.
Yeah, dude. So you're hosting a team that is coming in, and I think Iowa State is 21, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Iowa State's 21st on the coaches poll right now. So that's going to be a nice little dandy. You got Rocco Beck to come, to take down the Wildcats. So Avery Johnson, a nice little, dual thread quarterback showdown right there, right? And then, of course, hey, we got to remember Dylan Edwards coming over to Kansas State now to bring you a little bit more offensive firepower out of that backfield. So Avery Johnson's got some things to work with. Defense is going to be the question for me with Kansas State. And again, like if they can win week 1 against Iowa State, and then they can, take care of business all throughout the season. Maybe, they'll have to look over their shoulder or not look over their shoulder. They'll probably have to keep looking forward at Arizona State to catch them. But besides Arizona State and maybe a Kansas State, these are the 2. You're right. Like the Big 12's wide open. Anybody can take it. But if I have 2 front runners, it's, well, 3. If I have three front runners, it's not just because they're ranked. It's Iowa State's got some. They're always a dagger in the heart, right? They're always nasty. Campbell and company knows how to get it going, but also like you really got to pay attention to Arizona State now with the Sun Devils and this dangerous Kansas State team. This offense could be a juggernaut. It really could, or at least the backfield, the running attack could.
Yeah, I really like the quarterback. I do like Avery Johnson a lot, and with this team, it's a team coming off a 9-4, and the thing about it is, it's always with Kansas State. I think that we know it more as Texas fans because it's like they've stung us, and we've watched them sneak up on people and do things. That's why purple kryptonite. But with Chris Kleiman in this group, this is a team that's coming in very formidable with this Big 12 being so susceptible, and you lose five on both sides.
How do you feel about that? Returning starters 5-5 on both sides.
I think that's a really good balance. I mean, it's like what you don't want to see. Where I'm concerned about it is it's kind of that neutral spot to where it's like, okay, if you lose, I don't know, 8 on offense and 3 on defense, it's like, okay, so obviously which side is going to be a little bit stronger. It seems like the reset right here is going to be, and what a better way to start. I mean, we talk about like Texas starting against Ohio State. You start against Iowa State, you're Chris Kleiman in Kansas State, you're going to know exactly where you are, Wags, because it's like, boom, here we go. It's out of the box. And that's a great opening opponent just for everything that it means. And
they lost 4 starters on our offensive line, though, which is
that's huge.
Yeah. I mean, we're replacing an entire unit. I mean, Goosby's got some reps, of course, big time reps, but anytime you're replacing over 50% of your unit, or at this case, what is it, 80% of the unit if you're talking about 5 linemen, it can be detrimental to your team, or it could maybe have you set back a little bit into this offense. But again, we talk about what they were able to add out of their backfield, and Dylan Edwards is nasty, absolutely nasty. He's got some speed, got agility, got all the stuff in his bag. He's got to have some people to block for him, and that's the main issue of concern for me with Kansas State at the moment.
Interesting to watch this year with Kansas State, to watch the linebacker group, because they had, with what they brought back last year, there just wasn't there. Here's the whole depth thing. And that's something that I'll talk about a lot as we go through these things, because it's like, obviously when it comes to your starting unit, that's extremely important, but at the same time, the depth, who's ready to make that move, whether it's just to give a guy a blow, or if unfortunately you have to become, you know what I mean? Or you have to assume that position. Boy, that's a couple of good innuendos right there. So I'll be watching the linebacking core exceptionally close here with Kansas State, but again, in a league that is just wide open with Arizona State, with Baylor, with Texas Tech, these guys, it's going to be really fun to watch. But yeah,
I found my glasses here. We can,
I got to have mine too.
We can look at the page here. All right,
in the Bible, for this one.
Okay, out in Dublin, week 1 against Iowa State.
Man, I'm actually going with Iowa State to
that's
win.
Where I think I'm leaning on Iowa State there, right? So they probably take the loss in week 1. North Dakota,
they'll win that.
All right. Army
will be a win, I think.
Are you sure? No, Army's not exactly the little beating bag, beat down bags that they used to be. But I agree with you. They'll win that.
Yeah. At Arizona.
This is a tough one for me.
That's kind of
I'm gonna go with a win. I'm gonna be optimistic and go with a win here.
Yeah.
UCF. I'll give them a win at UCF. Baylor. This goes back to your opening statement of the Big 12 is wide open, right?
Yeah.
Like Baylor returns a lot of. I think Baylor is maybe 8 and 9. They return 8 on offense and 9 on defense. I can't remember. They could be flopped. I know they return a good portion of their team from last year.
And this will be at McLean.
At McLean.
So I'm giving Baylor this. I'm curious to again. I want to know if that's we don't know yet, but I mean, day game, night game. I think that'll be a pretty highly publicized game. But I'm giving Baylor that one, dude. I hate to say it, I'm kind of high on Baylor.
Yeah. All right. I'll
league.
Yeah, you have been. You've convinced me. I'm gonna take your hand and jump off the rock with you, Thelma and Louise style. We'll go Baylor here. TCU for their homecoming. They'll get a win there.
They'll get that one. Kansas.
I'm going to give them a win over Kansas. Texas Tech. I'll give them a win over the Yeomarks.
I don't know, dude. That's in Lubbock. That's going to be a pretty juiced up crowd over there. If that's a night game.
That's not in Lubbock.
Was it? Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
that's not Lubbock. That's at home.
Yeah, I'll give him that one.
Give me Oklahoma State. Nope. Give me Kansas State over Oklahoma State. Sorry.
See, Oklahoma State's another one, Wags. I just don't know what to. I don't know.
I think Oklahoma State lost a lot of talent from last year, and they did not do well last year.
And they weren't very good last year.
And usually it usually comes down to Gundy's defense, and they should have somewhat of a decent defense returning, but again, they just haven't been able to address issues in the portal or be able to supplement things out of the portal too. They're 3 or 4 years behind people. Behind other teams now, and they got a lot of catch up to do. So I don't think too highly of the Cowpokes. At Utah, I got them with a win over the Utes here, and then a win over Colorado. So let's tally it up: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and are we doing this 10-2 for your Kansas State Wildcats out of the Big 12? Is that crazy? There's got to be a loss. There's got to be another loss, along the way.
There's got to be one in there. I mean, looking at that one, the one where I see them stumbling possibly would be in Stillwater. Again, we don't know what Oklahoma State's going to be.
Or Arizona. I mean, they're at Arizona too. So
yeah. So Big 12: Baylor, Utah, Iowa State, Arizona State, Kansas State. So Kansas State sitting right there around 4th.
Texas Tech. Question mark on Texas Tech.
Yeah. That's another where this is all going to be. Again, it's going to be entertaining football. I mean, because they're going to do what they did last year. Wags. They're weekly every Saturday. They're just going to beat the living shit out of each other. There's not a clear cut favorite unless you want to give that nod to.
I'm gonna go 9-3.
Arizona State.
I'm gonna say 9-3. They go 9-3.
Yeah,
get to a decent bowl.
I think 4 losses. I think they lose 4. Can't really pinpoint which one.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give Iowa the nod in Dublin.
Yeah,
right. Iowa returned 7. I mean, and real quick, I know that Iowa's not in the top 20, but I just want to give a shout out to Campbell's Crusaders here. 11-3 last year. They returned 7 on offense, 6 on defense. Rocco Beck's a pretty nasty dual threat quarterback. I don't think he's going to have Heisman numbers or anything like that, but it's probably the best quarterback they've had since what? Who is the guy in San Francisco right now? Brock Purdy.
Probably Mr. Irrelevant. Oh yeah,
probably the best quarterback since Mr. Irrelevant, right? Look, and I'm only saying this because I've had to use Iowa State, over the past month and a half in playing a video game, and agility and stats don't really transition over to the real gridiron. But if Rocco Beck is anything like his stats are and his attributes are in a damn game, then he's going to have one hell of a nasty season. So
yeah, well,
he can sling it, that's for sure. He's also got some wheels. We've already talked about that.
This is where I go. This is who could trip up Kansas State.
Where are we at in society today?
Could be that guy.
That's one of the best damn rants of all time, right there.
Man, love that dude. That's why they keep him around. Before we go to the next team, I want to tell you guys about Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Not going to waste a lot of time. Let's get right to it. How about some true customer testimonial?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Good shout out there on the YouTube chat line to the great Seneca Wallace. There's some Iowa State quarterback right there, Seneca Wallace. But yeah, I mean, I love that opener. I mean, Iowa State and Kansas State at Dublin. It's like a lot of times you get that first game that it's a dud, and it's like
dud, right? Yeah, just like, man, thanks for the thanks for the team, right?
Yeah, it's like we appreciate that college football has started, But, it's like the Hall of Fame game the other day. It's one of those things. But I mean, when you have something like that, I mean, that's a game. And of course, that's the beauty of this is that.
You say that, though. I didn't mind the Hall of Fame game, though. Like, and maybe I
watched the whole thing, dude.
Maybe I was just
the whole thing.
Enlightened by Trey Lance, like being able, and I wasn't just like, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean? I was like, good for you, Trey. Go have a game. You know what I mean? Like, consider the opposition, of course, what he's going up against, but still, like, good for you, amigo. Good for you. Like, dude, it would suck to be picked that high and you just absolutely can't play. Like, somebody just got it wrong when you got a nice little guaranteed contract out of it, but no one wants to go out like that, man. You want to collect the bag, of course, but you also want to make sure that you can back it up, right?
It's if
I would venture to say most of us do.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I mean, if somebody calls you a bust or whatever, a draft bust or whatever, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that something's going to happen to Justin Herbert and Trey Lance is going to take over and take this team to the glory hole. But look, I mean, at least you're proving.
What? You are all over the place. You got my eyebrows all over the place, man.
It's like, at least you have that. And look, I mean, it was a good story because like they talked about, he's coming out of a system with what he had in San Francisco and then with Mike McCarthy. Well, now you're with Jim Harbaugh. So maybe this is a system that's going to elevate him. So he was definitely the player of the game, but in the great words of Bill Parcells, we're not going to put him in the Hall of Fame just yet. But we put him in the Hall of Fame game, Hall of Fame, if there was actually something. Yeah, the glory hole. That's Jerry Jones, man.
There it is. All right, the Hoosiers. To the Hoosiers, Indiana.
Number 9.
Coming off of an 11-2 season, right? And you can, question their strength of schedule. 11-2 last year. They returned 9 on offense and 7 on defense. Where do you have the Hoosiers at in your 2025 or 26 college football season?
I think even though it's hard to, if you want to call a sleeper, and again, this isn't probably my sleeper, but if you want to talk about a team flying under the radar, I think it's Curt Cignetti's group right here, because I think with that, Indiana, I think, is somebody that can make a charge right here, maybe at the middle of the season. I mean, once you get fired off and really make some noise. I mean, with Mendoza at quarterback, I think both sides of the ball are going to be balanced. I think last year they snuck up on people. I think this year they're going to be a little bit off the radar as well, Wags. But I'm here to tell you that I think that Indiana could be somebody that we're going to look up and be like, where'd they come from?
Redshirt freshman Mendoza is. I mean, and that's one of the replacements that is going to be supplemented here. But look, you'd like to think that, guys got a pretty good grab on the offense here, especially if that's what Cignetti is going with here, to go with a freshman right out of the gate. Well, I can't say right out of the gate because he's been redshirted, right? So again, you brought in, or who was the transfer that they had last season? Jackson. Jackson was in last season, came in, he got the, red shirt and get a little bit of nice learning, like a learning lesson, right? A nice little year of learning going down there for Mendoza, and hopefully, it comes to fruition on the gridiron here. They got an electric offense, we know that, and they can scheme. So, at question to me was their defense, and they returned 7. So, and got some beef on the interior as well. And you need beef to compete with the the hog mollies in the Big Ten. You usually know that they're going to be representing up on the line there. Michigan, has some nasty ones. Ohio State has nasty ones. Penn State, nasty on the line as well. So you got to be able to carry it. Here's the thing, right? Like Indiana, if you want to go down it, they can beat Old Dominion. It's their schedule. Their schedule is going to allow them to kind of waltz right in here to college football, to the college football playoff.
They're going to look really good early. I mean, it's on paper. When you see records, they're going to look really good because the schedule.
Penn State's their toughest opponent.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. Look, Oregon, I'm even going to throw a loss on the Oregon week just because, the contention that they go up against all throughout the year isn't on point, isn't on the level, in my opinion, right? Maybe in Illinois can sneak up and get them, bite them in the ass, maybe in Iowa, but they just haven't been traditionally the Iowa of old.
Yeah.
UCLA, that's a question. Yeah, it gets tougher in the latter portions of the schedule for Indiana. I got a win against Old Dominion, a win against Kennesaw State, a win against Indiana State, a win against Illinois, a win against Iowa, lost against Oregon, a win against Michigan State. I didn't have that down. I'm gonna go win against Michigan State, win against UCLA, a win against Testudo. Maryland is coming off a bye that week, but
November 8th is the one where I think that this game with Indiana and Penn State's going to look so good to where it's like, okay, here are two elites that are about to.
I think it's going to be a rout. It's in Happy Valley.
I'm with you. This is where I think that Indiana comes into this with maybe a loss.
And I'm premature with it, right? I say that it's going to be a rout, but we don't know that. Like Indiana could absolutely come out guns blazing the entire season long, and now we're having a different conversation. But just based off of
I just don't think so.
Based off of the superior of the opposition, I'm going to say that Indiana is going to struggle.
Yeah, this is kind of where I think that on November 8th that it's going to be okay. Here you go, and then if they get boat raced, by Penn State, it's going to be like, okay, they really weren't that good. The schedule.
If you get boat raced that late.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a thing. I mean, lose that one. I mean, if you can get yourself, if you're sitting in a good spot at that point and you get boat race, doesn't matter. That's the beauty of the way this playoff is set up now, that you can lose a game.
Where do you have them against Wisco?
I think they beat Wisconsin.
Okay, I got a rebound week against Wisconsin there right after the loss against Penn State. They got a bye there, and then they got Purdue. They beat Purdue.
I think they beat Purdue. Yeah,
we're not talking about computer science competitions here. We're talking about football.
Yeah, this could be a 2-loss team.
That's what I'm saying. Another 2-loss team here, right? Now again, I got a question mark against UCLA. UCLA over Illinois. I think they'll probably handle Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Hoosiers with a 2-loss team. 2-loss season. Of course, if you get boat raced on November 8th, you're gonna have to really convince the committee that you belong in. So
that's what's gonna suck, because they could be the ones to where it's like the whole schedule thing. Yeah, and that's so part of me for Indiana. It's like, okay, if you're gonna lose on November 8th, don't get boat raced. Lose by 10 or
dude, that's a good Illinois. Illini's got some that. I mean, they return what? I think they return 10 on offense too. Let me check on this. Yeah, they return 10 on offense, 9 on defense, 10-3 last season. Illinois could be sneaky out of the Big Ten as well. I'm gonna maybe take that question. Maybe they're a 3-loss team. Maybe they're a 3-loss. Maybe the question mark. Maybe I was right against to go with my gut with Illinois instead of UCLA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I like it first.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
Illinois after Indiana State sandwiched with the Hawkeyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Patrick, that's a good point, man. That's a good point. Illinois could be an absolute sneaky squad coming out of the Big Ten.
Yeah. Look out for Illinois. Where do we go? 18. The other UT.
Yeah, we just went over that. 10 on offense, 9 on defense. All right, Tennessee, the Heupels. I was gonna say something, but that's just mean. I'm not gonna say anything about Heupel.
Without Nico. Nico.
He's gonna eat another peach, right? Or an orange. He ate an orange when he won the orange.
Yeah, no more Nico. Time for Tennessee coming off a 10-3 season. Again, good balance here with what they have coming back. So do you take the next step? 10-3, not bad. Kind of setting the bar a little high right here for Josh Heupel, my man. Setting it a little high.
Syracuse right out of the jump in Atlanta, in hot Atlanta. Then Eastern Tennessee, you got Georgia, UAB, Mississippi State, Arkansas, then Alabama, then Kentucky. So this is not a bad schedule, right? By any means. It's actually kind of balanced, right? You get Georgia in the beginning, and then you can kind of lick your wounds a little bit and heal up a little bit. Then you got Arkansas in the middle of the pack there, and then Alabama right back. But besides that, those are the two games that are kind of staggered. And I'm only saying that that's a little bit of difficulty because Arkansas, they could Pittman and the crew could be putting up some big numbers this year, man. Like I think that's an offense that could actually surge. We'll see if Tennessee can handle it. Tennessee should be able to handle it. Like that should be the strength of their team this year is their defense, right? They return 8 on defense. They lose a core nucleus, like you just mentioned, just a second ago. They had to supplement their quarterback too. They had to find a new quarterback. So again, a lot to work with here for Heupel, or a lot to work on here for Heupel for the Vols.
November 22nd, dude. November 22nd to the Swamp. That's where
is that game gonna be back? Like, is that gonna have the prestige? Is that gonna have the hype that it used to have, man?
I remember
not even being a Florida or Tennessee fan, but having to stop what I'm doing to go watch that game.
Those guys. Yeah. And that's where, and guess who we're talking about next, by the way. So, I mean, that tells you in and of itself that game is going to mean so much. I don't think that we're talking about an SEC champion. I don't think we're talking about somebody going to the SEC championship game. But I mean, that just in the whole reset of who's on that bubble of getting into the playoff, it seems like that game on November 22nd, Tennessee at Florida, man, that's going to mean a lot. that's going to mean a hell of a lot because, I mean, the bad part about this, if you look at the schedule, the Georgia game at Alabama, okay, that's 2 losses, I think. It seems like. I think they're going to beat Oklahoma. I mean, everything else, Arkansas, not really worried about that.
They lost the core nucleus of their receivers too. I mean, they're hurting on defense. They're gonna have to put it, or hurting on offense. Excuse me, beg your pardon. They're gonna have to put it together on offense rather quickly here. Their strength is their defense. We'll see how far they can take them. But yeah, I got them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's 4 losses at most for Tennessee, and
5. I have a possibility of 5 with Vandy.
Oh, you Vanderbilt.
I think Vandy. I mean, I don't think they just had a Cinderella season last year. I think Vandy can actually play, man. It'll be in Knoxville. I think it's in. Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, but to the Tennessee Florida thing, it's so good. That's one of those games to where it's like, man, it's so great that thing would have implications and mean something again, because it's like now that we're older and more seasoned, you used to watch these games, but now that we understand geography a little bit better, how this whole SEC thing, it's like shit. The fact that those games matter. Man, it's good for college football. It's great to be in the SEC. Can I just say that?
It's great to be in the SEC. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more, asshole puckering up and everything. You're right. It does mean they're right. It means more. It just means more.
I'm telling you, the guy that told me when we were talking about, I was having a conversation with a guy about the Big 12, maybe only having 2 teams in or whatever, and it's like, yeah, well, what if Texas was in the Big 12? I'm like, if they didn't win the Big 12, they don't need to be in. I mean, it's just a different landscape. Anyway, okay, get over my heart on here, the SEC.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Go ahead, let it get hard. Let it go. Let it get out.
Get that green dildo out, man. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Go get Shrek. All right. Sunbelt Billy Napier and the Florida Gators here. I mean, arguably, I guess you could try to argue it. I would sit there and say that it probably is, more than likely is. It's the toughest schedule in all of college football this year. Right out of the gate, not too bad right out of the gate. Long Island, and then USF, but then you're at the Swamp, or excuse me, you're at Death Valley with the Bayou Bengals there at LSU. Then you're going in the Coral Gables. Right,
God,
the next week,
back-to-back,
going to Miami, and then you have Texas.
Get a week off.
Yeah, then you have Texas, or you got a week off. Then you have Texas. Then you got to go at A&M. Then Mississippi State, a little bit of reprieve. All right, then Georgia, at Kentucky, at Mississippi, Tennessee, Florida State.
Yeah.
That's a tough schedule. That's a death schedule.
I think that Florida is getting being in this spot, being number 17. I think a lot of this
A&M's top 25, right?
I think they are. But I think Florida's getting some run because you've got what you got 8 coming back on offense, 7 coming back on defense. I think they're coming off of the 8 and 5 because at the beginning of last year we were talking about, Billy Napier was going to go out the door. It's like if they have an early season loss, he's going to be gone. But they salvaged the season somewhat. But I think that you look at this schedule, it's like holy smoke. And I think that's where for Napier, it's like okay, if you stumble and I think if you're 8 and 5 again. You've achieved something, in my opinion, for Florida, because that is
All right,
toughest. You got those buys in there.
This is probably going to be up for discussion, right? Toughest team on the schedule for Florida, Georgia or Texas? Seriously, let the realistic conversation.
They're both the road games, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Or no, they're both home games.
They're both home games. I guess we'll have that discussion when we figure out if Georgia is actually number 1 or Texas is actually number 1, because that's
you're such a cop out. I was leaning on you to give me a definitive answer, and
I'm going
go with where my head's at.
I'm going with Texas.
Okay.
I think Texas is the tougher game. I don't know, man. People are sleeping on Georgia, and there's reasons to maybe sleep on Georgia.
I like Georgia. I like Georgia a lot. I like Gunner Stockton.
I do too. But there seems to be this misnomer in people's minds that it's like, okay, Georgia's going to take a step back there. Oh, dude, I don't think
they're
so.
not. They're going to reload. They're going to be right there.
Reload, and I would love to know the conversations that are happening at Georgia right now because they thrive in this shit. Kirby Smart.
Well, that's bulletin board material. Kirby Smart, he eats it up. Absolutely eats it up.
When that poll came out yesterday, Texas is number 1. Shit, I bet that dude. Yeah.
Oh, that's the first thing
are you kidding?
That's the first thing he showed him.
That was Kirby was probably more excited than Sark when that came out, because it's like, all right, here we go. So I would say Texas is the better opponent, but this schedule right here, we're talking about Tennessee. At LSU. We'll get to LSU at some point, but
Florida returns 8 starters on offense, 7 starters on defense. Some nice balance for Sunbelt Billy here. Is Billy still in the hot seat? Is Napier still in the? Do they want him out of there in the swamp?
I think. I'm not hearing it quite as hot as it was last year. I think he did. I think he did himself a service going 8 and 5 last year, and I think that this year he does have a little bit to fall back on with this gauntlet that he's about to go on. But that's why I'm saying, if they have 4 losses, I think if this is a 4-loss Florida team, Billy Napier, we're going to hear the exact opposite to what a good job he did here with going on that run. But 8 and 5 to me is. I'm not sure they can go 8 and 5 this year, but they're a little higher up than I thought they would be. Wags.
They get some good seniority on the offensive line there. They got some continuity there. I like that. The receivers, they get to reload some of their receivers as well. They actually add Dallas Wilson.
I'm here to tell you, Wags. God forbid, I don't like to say God, but God forbid something happens to DJ Lagway.
Yeah,
they might just go just like Florida State.
I'm with you. That's where their season's at.
Yeah, that's it.
Right in there.
This guy, just call that. Yeah,
he's got everything in his bag too. He's absolutely nasty. He is as advertised. So yeah, they go as far as his arm and his legs can take him there. Again, 8 and 5 last season. They returned 8 on offense, 7 on defense. Real quick to give you the prediction: a win, loss, win. Loss, win, loss. 4-loss team.
Yeah.
4-loss team.
I'm going 5.
Okay. I got losses coming from LSU, Miami, or no, I got them beating Miami. I got them losing to LSU, got them losing to Texas, got them losing to Texas A&M, got them losing to Georgia.
Yeah.
And that's it. So maybe a 3-loss team.
Yeah, the A&M game to me is kind of the trap game for them with Texas A&M. But yeah, Florida's going to be fun to watch just because of that schedule. It's like, sheesh, man.
All right, amigo, where are we at next? SMU?
Let's go to Dallas and the very rich SMU Mustangs. Back on the map again, my man, number 16 with Rhett Lashley. And I think that kind of the whole thing, and we've already heard this a little bit, to where this SMU program, obviously the way things ended last year, you want to come back and you want to answer. You're bringing back 7 on offense, 5 on defense from that 11-3 team.
Return your quarterback. I mean, and we all like Jennings took over late, right? Or no, he didn't take it. Like, he wasn't started right out of the gate, but he was able to get a decent season in. Full season under the helm. Honestly, looking at it from afar, it's a pretty, just from a glance, it's a favorable schedule for SMU. Like, Baylor's the question mark, right? Clemson's probably the loss. I'll say that, right? I still think Dabo's still got it over Lashley here.
Game 2 against Baylor.
That's gonna be fun. A question mark. That's a question mark.
Yeah.
You are big on Baylor, right? That's a nice little interstate rivalry right there, out of the front. Right out of the stanza. Start of the campaign.
That's old Southwest Conference right there. To kind of give you that old feel. Walter Abercrombie against.
I'm gonna go win over Baylor.
I think they win over Baylor as well.
They returned 7 on offense. They do. I mean, they had that meltdown in the tournament there, right? No, they didn't. They didn't even. No, they did. They did. They had the meltdown in the playoff tournament. They only returned 5 on defense.
Yeah. September 20th at TCU. I mean, there's your Dallas Fort Worth battle right there. Again, that game means a lot now. There's another Southwest Conference matchup where I think
I'm going to say they lose to Baylor. I think,
I'm going to say they lose to Baylor.
I'm going to say they lose to Baylor. So they win against East Texas A&M, lose against Baylor, win against Missouri State. They beat TCU.
Yeah.
They rest up. They beat Syracuse. They beat Stanford. They lose to Clemson. They beat Wake Forest. They beat Miami. I don't think Miami reloads. They beat Boston College. They beat Louisville and beat Cal. 2 loss schedule.
Yeah.
And they honestly could beat Baylor. It could be a 1-loss season for SMU, but right now I got them at a 2-loss season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
that's a little optimistic, but
I mean, but not really, because where we look to where this program has gone at this point, and I like what Jake is talking about right here. I mean, you look at this.
They're at home. Their toughest games are at home.
Yeah, everything's at home, and there are a lot of people that are fired up about this program, and there's a lot of money in this program right now, and that's
the NIL before it was cool. Absolutely,
I tell you, man, that's
the pioneering of NIL. Right? The pioneering of NIL.
That's the funny thing about it, to where it's like I remember when they made the jump. When they come to this conference, and it's like, oh, look at all this money that has appeared. It's like there's a lot of money in Dallas. Chase this thing way back. I mean, this team, and again, I saw the mention right there. They ain't sneaking up on nobody anymore. I mean, they're a legit program at this point, are the Ponies, and that is cool. I mean, SMU and Baylor, SMU at TCU, those are gonna be cool. The little kid, the little Rodney in me is gonna get excited. It's not a Raycom TV game anymore, but be exciting to watch them old Southwest Conference rivalries. But yeah, Clemson. It's like, and this is another one, Wags, to where it's like, okay, at Clemson, if you come in against Clemson and they run you out of the building, Clemson, runs you out of.
Is there a possibility that they beat Clemson? I mean, we've given definitive answers.
I'm not going to say no.
SMU.
I'm not going to say no. I think
Clemson's their toughest team on the schedule.
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. They take care of Baylor and they take care of Clemson. They could potentially be undefeated, which is absolutely effing wild.
Isn't that crazy? Because Clemson, I mean, with Klubnik, and there's a lot of optimism there for Clemson too. But I mean, I kind of think that some folks are maybe buying a little
this
too
is
much.
potentially a Heisman season for Klubnik, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you can talk about Arch, you can talk about anybody else.
Yeah, I need to go over Clemson's
Klubnik
roster and see the weapons that Clemson has surrounding Klubnik.
Yeah, because with like we've been talking about with Arch, it's the what it should be and what it could be, what it's going to be. With Cade Klubnik, it's like, okay, that's already there. It's already there, and now he's just going to add to that. So,
thank you for your patience this morning, man. I know that my stomach has been all over the place and stuff like that. So I appreciate you, man. So I don't think I've actually been hit with Montezuma's revenge. Maybe it was, and again, I thought the water or whatever the tequila was distilled with would, take care of itself, right? Like,
no,
I wouldn't
they clean all that water. Like when you go to one of those places, it's like that they tell you, they're like, don't drink if you're going to brush your teeth, don't drink that shit. Wash your mouth out, do whatever you're going to do right there. But they give you the little, I say jigger, the jigger thing of water. They give you that thing where it's like, this is the water you drink. Drink this, don't drink the other.
Unless they want to play a bad trick on you. Anything? We got some make goods to do with our clients, with our partners here. You want to help us out with that?
Sponsor shout outs. Got to talk about the new lawyer in town. It's our man and today's college football top 20 presented by our man Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's a new lawyer in town, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, something unfortunate happens. There's one phone call to make. Stop what you're doing right now and put this number in your cell phone. Save it. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. That is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. You don't pay unless you win. No retainers. None of these astronomical promises that you see from the people on TV. Bottom line, you don't win. You don't pay. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with your clients. He knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Also, when that first phone call comes in, if you have one of these unfortunate situations, here comes big insurance call and the phone's ringing. They're ready to make a deal with you. Nope. You tell them, you call my man. You call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Let him blow their thing out of the water. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Hey, he'll blow that case wide open. Again, 512-938-8929. Call him. He's going to answer. Not an intern, not a receptionist. It's going to be Ryan answering the phone. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Let him know you heard about him right here on TSU.
Okay.
Like it.
Anything else we got to get to?
We also got to talk about our man, Tom McKay. Every weekend, especially right now.
Obligatory.
That's right. You're going to be up in that man cave. You're going to be in that she shed, whatever the hell it's called, and you're going to be ready to go. How about a word from the man? It's Tom McKay.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your batitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com. Get that home theater setup, home speedway setup, home stadium setup. You call it what you want.
I gotta go.
Call it. Right on. Let's bring on the men right here. Here's our man, Jordan Scruggs, Colin Kennedy. Gentlemen, how we doing this, what is today? Tuesday morning.
Good. I'm good. How are you doing, Colin and Rod?
Not bad.
I am swell. I got the call less than an hour ago. I'd be hopping on today's show, and a few hours before that, let's just say I was out having a good time on Broadway here in Nashville. So we're gonna fight some demons here on the show, Rod. We're gonna embrace adversity today.
Mr. Kennedy, a little groggy and rehydrating right there. So
it sounds like Wags and I are both kind of in the same boat right now, just in different spheres of life.
Oh, all
you
right.
know, but I mean,
what a shitty morning.
It's all about how you choose to embrace your battles in life.
That's right. And you go down swinging. Always go down swinging.
I probably will today, if I'm honest.
Right. All right, boys. Looking forward to listening to LSP. Y'all have a great program, and we'll see at least you, Jordan, mañana.
Yes, sir. We'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's not Will Turboff or Nick Harris. That's Colin Kennedy of Sooners Illustrated. In Nashville, flexing on us from his penthouse apartment. Hey, still,
that's strong wording for a studio apartment.
Want to give a shout out to for Colin for hopping on last minute. We dealing with some stuff with the Lone Star Playbook. We'll be just fine back to regular scheduling tomorrow. Colin, apologies in advance. I'm dealing with this thing right now, so. If I got to go off for a minute or two, I apologize in advance. But before we get into fall camp, Texas OU recruiting and all that good stuff, I wanted to ask you, you're in Nashville right now for the Personnel and Recruiting Symposium. You told me on the phone yesterday was day one. This is like a 3-4 day event, right? Kind of just, I guess, tell the people about it, what they need to know about the event, because it is, sneakily one of the more important parts of the college football offseason, I think.
Yeah, honestly, we could spend a lot of today's show just kind of talking about this event and then everything that comes from it or is being talked about at it, right? And I do think that this event specifically is kind of a reflection of the current college football landscape in general. And so to kind of set the table here, for those who don't know, every year, for the past few years now, I want to say the last 6 or 7, the Personnel Symposium in Nashville, Tennessee brings together hundreds of off-field staffers across college football at almost every level as well. And it's now started to trickle into the NFL too. There are a few NFL scouts or personnel folks coming by as well, but it's expanded every single year. We're well into the thousands at this point. I want to say it's 1,000 plus in Nashville. And it's a little bit overwhelming, especially at the start. Basically, you walk into the Renaissance Hotel in Nashville, and their lobby is pretty much a hallway, little bit bigger than your average hallway, and they pack about 1,000 of these college staffers in there, and everyone sweats on each other for a few hours before everyone sits down finally. But when they do, we were actually able to get into kind of the crux of what this event is about, and that's networking, getting people connected, but then talking through various issues, getting familiar with other people's approaches and plans, and just how everyone's dealing with college football. And night one was last night. They kind of did the introductory stuff. They did some networking roundtables. I think weirdly, if you just kind of want to dig into it, night one kind of went, all right, welcome to the event, some stuff. There was a question and answer session with Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, which, Jordan, I don't know how much Chicago Bears content you consume, but Bears fans hate that guy. And we were all kind of standing there like, what is he doing here? If we had tweeted that out, I'm sure that fan base, as rabid as it is, would have certainly eaten that up. But he was there. He answered some questions, and I thought that was kind of one of the first things, Jordan, honestly, was like, there was kind of a lot of talk about how do you have the difficult conversations in the professional realm, and how are those conversations carrying over into the college game, which I think you would find pretty interesting, because we're getting into a stage now where between everything from cutting players to contract negotiations and valuing what you bring to the table for your team, a lot of these college staffers aren't used to those conversations, let alone the players as well. And so there was some talk about that. And then that trickled into a question and answer session with Josh Pate and Kirk Herbstreit about just the current state of college football. Typical run-of-the-mill stuff there, but a funny moment. I don't think he'd mind me talking about this. I walked into the room and Herbstreit's like going on this rant about his the exception that he took with Indiana being included in the playoff, and is literally like in front of 1,000 people talking about Indiana making the playoff. And I looked at someone next to me and I was like, what was the question? Like, did they confront him about him not wanting Indiana in there last year? And someone was like, no, they just asked him what traits have made you consistent in your career. And Kirk proceeded to somehow go on this rant about how Indiana was a telltale sign of being a little bit too cautious with the playoff approach, which is incredibly awkward because the individual who asked him that question worked in Indiana. So, yeah, there was a lot, but I think just overall, it's been really cool to get around everybody, see a lot of folks that I know in the industry. There are agents here now as well. That's kind of been a major change. There are consulting firms here who work with agencies and are trying to talk with these personnel staffs about, players that might be going in the portal from their team or other teams and trying to get a read of the valuation landscape. And there's a lot going on. Anything that you're curious about, I'd love to talk about. And anyone that has questions about it too, I'd love to try and answer them. But it's a really cool event, and it's just kind of a lot of people talking ball in the crazy landscape that is college football right now.
Yeah, I know you've only been there for, day one is the only day they've done so far, but you spotted anyone from Texas there? Like UT?
Yeah, there's some Texas staffers out here. There's a good amount from Texas. A lot of the SEC schools are out here. SMU brought 23, I want to say, which is it's something. It's pretty impressive the amount of people that they can roll with at SMU. But yeah, Texas is out here.
Do you know who was there? I assume like Brandon Harris, Chris Gilbert,
Brandon and Taylor were the two that I saw. I want to say maybe the DPP as well.
Jones?
Yes.
He's
out here.
Was Aaron Joe there? Kind of bigger black dude. He looks like a former player. He's probably 6'3", 6'4".
Maybe. It's hard to kind of rein in who all is there when there's so many people crammed in that hotel lobby. But I know that those three for sure I saw in the Texas stuff. And so they're out here, and I don't think that they're scheduled to speak in any of the panels today or tomorrow, but they're networking, making the rounds. I want to say Brandon spoke at one of these panels a year ago. So they're familiar with the event, to say the least.
Yeah, outside of whatever you want to call that Herbstreit, Indiana thing, what's like the weirdest thing you've seen or heard thus far? Because, everyone has different philosophies for how they scout, build their roster, and, do these like rev share NIL deals.
Yeah, I think probably one of the weirdest things that I had heard was, and I have to try and tread lightly here, but I do think it's very strange that we have to have people come out and ask these teams in the most awkward way possible, hey, have you watched this player on this other team yet? If you have, how much money do you think he's worth, so that I can tell the agency that I'm working with, so that everyone can have an accurate, fair market value, which I do think that's very important. But there's a layer to that is expanding, and I don't know what that looks like. Because here's here's the crux of that argument, right? And I know some folks who are awesome in that space. The argument right now is, how do we get agencies and personnel departments on the same page? Because there's this massive disconnect, and from what I can gather, it is a little bit awkward between those two parties, especially because of the level of variance there can be, I would say, in the agency space. And so what is interesting is there are a lot of companies now, and I know a few, who are trying to come out here and basically say, like, hey, you know, if I'm evaluating this player and we're trying to make sure that, you know, if he's staying on the roster, or he's looking at the portal, or like if personnel departments need to be guided toward what the right number is instead of the inflated number, because that would hurt everybody except the player. Like, how do we get there? How do we all get on the same page? And so that's a conversation that's being had right now.
It's called a CBA, and actually calling the players employees. That's what that looks like, best case scenario. I don't know, man. Like, there are actual agents who I think do a really good job. Like, yes, college personnel staffs and front office staffs absolutely hate them, but they do a good job. Like, there's a Big 12 school I know about who has a tight end committed, and far from a top tight end in the country. And they also have a safety committed. And that safety is ranked high, a lot higher than that tight end. It's a 4-star to a 3-star. And they both are on 2-year deals. The safety will make $300K across 2 years, so $150 a year. And the tight end is going to make $250 across 2 years, $125 a year. And the positional value with the safety is much greater, especially in the scheme that school runs. And also, he's a better prospect that has a higher ceiling. But the safety didn't have an agent. He was in the GM's office. They said, we'll give you $300K across 2. He said, bet. Because he's never heard of money like that or seen money like that where he comes from. The tight end, on the other hand, had an agent. And they were playing ball with the 2 other schools in his top 3 that were very desperate to get him. And they ended up getting that number from TCU that is only $50K less than a player that's not only better, but has higher positional value. And it was because of the agent. And without the agent, that tight end is probably getting no more than $100K across 2 years, because that was the original offer before the agent got involved. So, like, I'm all for agents on that side. That's a guy who's NFLPA certified. He's legit. I know him. He does a good job. He's done a good job since NAL became a thing. And, you know, he's been working in this industry for a long time. But there's also guys like uncles, aunts, trainers, people who have 50K followers on Twitter. And they're shooting DMs to kid and trying to rep them, that have never negotiated or seen a contract or any of that until 2021 when NIL got passed. And now they're, you know, dipping into the pockets of kids and their families because they've never seen this type of money. They don't know what it looks like. And they don't know that agents aren't supposed to charge really more than 5-10%. Because some of these dudes are putting them in 365 deals. So, like, the legit certified NFLPA guys, I'll always support them. I'll always trust them. Yes, there might be so many ways that they, you know, get their client taken care of. But it is infinitely better and more organized than it would be with the uncle, cousin, or, you know, whatever route that is. So, I don't know how it gets fixed anytime soon without a CBA or something. I don't know how the NCAA can enforce something like the NFLPA or the NBA, where the player or the agents have to be certified or grandfathered in some other way. Because until we get there, like, it's going to continue being the Wild West. And, you know, I think one thing that isn't being talked about enough, like the whole Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones thing, how he tried to negotiate with him without an agent. This shit happens all the time in college football, all the time. Yeah. And the players, or I should say the coaches, the front office personnel, sometimes it's the GM, sometimes it's the head coach, sometimes just someone affiliated with the collective. Like, they're trying to box these players in into signing a team-friendly deal without the agent present. Because once that's signed, there's nothing the agent can do, you know, to change it unless they put that player in the portal, you know. So the whole thing needs CBA, needs organization, and just some form of structure. I know we've been saying this since 2021. It's gotten better in some ways. I think the rev share thing is a good thing, especially for teams like a Kansas State or even a Houston that maybe had $5-10 million in collective money. Now they have the rev share money to use. So I don't know. There's so many things they can fix. So that's
I think
broad picture.
At the end of the day, what has been cool to see, and I'm with you, and we've talked about this, so I won't go down the rabbit hole too much, but it's like the NFL PA certified agents and guys that have varying certifications, like there is absolutely a space and a need for them in college football right now because of what you're talking about, the uncontrolled nature in which we're negotiating with players right now. It's just kind of like you mentioned, there's this weird hesitancy, kind of when like you meet someone for the first time and you're sort of sizing them up. That's still going on between college football personnel staffs, these coaching staffs, and these agents, because they're still trying to figure out, even if they have the certification. I was listening to I found a front office podcast the other day that just interviews guys who work in that space. And one guy was talking about how, even guys that get their certification still may not necessarily know what they're actually talking about. And like, that kind of rings true in every walk of life. What I think is important is seeing these guys now at this event in the same room together. Like I'm going to go meet up with an agent today, I think, and I'm probably going to go catch up with like a close friend of mine who's the assistant GM at a Power 4 school. And it's like they're probably, I'm going to have to be the bridge that introduces them to each other because they're finally having the conversations they needed to have. I find it interesting because I think that at the end of the day, especially the certified guys, everyone kind of has the same goal. Like, let's get, without collective bargaining or whatever, let's kind of make sure everyone's dealing on a level playing field, not in terms of money, but in terms of like the payments. And we're still not having those discussions yet, but I think we're starting to now. And I think you and I both know, like, we absolutely have to get there. They may not want to acknowledge it to each other, but like this space has to get on the same page so that programs have a better shot at retaining players or signing guys and not having to sacrifice a large lump sum of their bankroll. It's just awkward right now is the best way to put it. And I don't know when that's going to subside. Hopefully that happens this week.
Yeah, well, looking forward to hearing more from you over these next few days about the symposium, but want to sorry?
I was just going to say, I'm sure you're transitioning, Jordan, but I did want to bring this up too. One thing that was brought up as well was there are a lot of personnel staffers who are very excited about the 2027 class. That's been one of my primary takeaways, is that like what you and I have been talking about for years, they all see it. They're like, dude, 2027 is the class for us. Like, we're getting ready. A lot of these personnel departments are getting on the same page. They're pretty much gearing up to like make sure that their operation is like running smoothly in order to go all in on 2027. And I find that to be very important because Texas, Oklahoma, so many other programs in the region, let alone the country, feel like 2027 is the one where everyone's going to be on the same page operation-wise. That's the amount of talent they've been waiting on. And that's kind of going to be the class that they think everything's going to be going at, full speed. And if that rings true, it's huge for a lot of guys that you and I know.
Yeah. I mean, I do think, though, too, like, to some degree, they'll be saying the same thing next year about 28 and the year after about 29. You're always looking forward and you think the next group's better. And they finish their junior years and it's like, oh, wait, no one else has emerged yet? Like, because some positions are still pretty weak. I think you can say that. Like, Obviously, you have Cooper Witten. Are there any other backers you can think of in the state besides Isaiah Williams at Arlington Lamar? I can't. Like, you have John Meredith. There's a few other corners we like. The cat at Lakeview Centennial, blanking on his name, Mikhail McCrary. There's a few other names, but there's still a lot of guys that have to emerge. And one thing, though, that I think is true about this 2027 class, at least from someone who covers Texas, like, they held back a lot on the early offers they used to extend because, like, in 2026, I'm just thinking of safeties. Markel Ford, who's at Mesquite Horn at the time, is now at DeSoto, and Isaiah Williams, who's at Fort Bend Marshall, were both offered by Texas early on. And for over a year, those are the only two safeties in 2026 that it offers. But by the end of their junior seasons, neither of them was getting hit up by Texas, and still hasn't to this day. Isaiah Williams is an Illinois commit at safety at a Fort Bend Marshall, which is kind of unheard of. Shout out to, I think that's a great get for Illinois. They're not supposed to get guys like him, but like, Texas backed out of that one. Same with Markel Ford, who's committed to SMU. While I think those players are great, I like them, and I covered them, and I went out and saw them when Texas was recruiting them. Like, they could have just not offered that early and waited until after their junior years or midway through their junior year, and they wouldn't, have wasted time doing all that. So I think it's the right approach. I think it's smart. It feels like they're offering less underclassmen earlier than they used to. And it makes my job easier, to be honest with you, too. That's part of it I enjoy as well. But yeah, in wait and see mode with the 27 class in Texas, there's obviously a lot of great, top end talent. Jalen Brewster, John Meredith, Cooper Witten, Kavian Bryant, guys like that. But I don't know, kind of want to see some more guys emerge and want to see these junior seasons. And also, it's crazy to think, like, as big of fans as we are at 2027, like, Xavier Crowell, Mark Bowman, I'm blanking on his name, this corner from LA that reclassed and committed to LSU not too long after. Like, there's several reclasses too that have weakened the 27 class as well. So it'll be interesting to see if there's more, or if maybe someone from 28 hops to 27. Nathan said, is Myson Johnson Cook, the transfer to Illinois, a backer in 27? Pretty much anyone that has ever seen him in person move around with or without the ball has said that's a higher ceiling linebacker. The ceiling's highest at linebacker, but the kid wants to play running back. Considering he's, 6'2", like 210, and has run, I think, 10.4 or 10.3 this past offseason, someone will give him a shot at running back. But again, like, everyone would prefer him at linebacker, and he'll have more opportunities at linebacker. I'm also curious what the recruitment will look like. He's been in Texas for like the last year and a half, but moved back to Illinois. So, how is this going to shake things out? I think the Illinois are obviously one to watch there, but yeah. And I also think, like, several people around him, I've told him, you should play linebacker, and he is, headstrong on playing running back. And it's interesting, I think he is a good player, especially at the high school level, and it's kind of similar to Derek Cooper. But, like, long-term, he needs to somehow work on his ability to wiggle, make people miss, and retain speed out of cuts, because right now, for the most part, he's kind of a straight line slasher that's 6'2", 220, and can fall forward. So
yeah,
that's
the DeSoto coaches would riff with me. They called him Baby Eddie, Eddie George, just because he's so big and tall, but he runs so high up. But I think what's interesting too, to Nathan's question, is, like, DeSoto had a plan to play him at linebacker. That didn't come to fruition last year. And then going into this year, we were told repeatedly by DeSoto and Myson that he was going to try and play on both sides of the ball and play some linebacker for DeSoto this season. Now transferring out, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. It's East St. Louis, if I remember correctly, that he's landing with, right?
Yeah, or actually, no, I think it's MacArthur. I don't know. They're all right down there in the same area.
I know it was. I want to say it was between those two, from what I heard in the old portal rumor.
It was. But it was. He texted me.
But yeah,
MacArthur. I forgot to change his profile, I think.
But I remember I want to say he told me at one point it was like Ohio State, Tennessee, a few others were hovering around. And like, if you're like Ohio State, you're like, yeah, like come on back up to the Midwest, dude. I mean, let's figure this out.
Yeah,
he's interesting though. I did want to say too, I saw a question about SMU, about their ACC revenue share stuff. Yeah, so Jack, like we were actually talking about this last night. They're still paying their way in the ACC as part of their deal. I want to say Jake's correct that it's like a 9-year contract, basically, where they're paying the media rights themselves, which I was joking about this with someone on an SEC staff last night, not at Oklahoma or Texas, another SEC staff, but it's like, if SMU can bring 23 employees to the symposium, it's just a reiteration of the amount of money that they have lying around, the amount of resources that they can roll around. So it's like, I don't even think that's giving them a hiccup these days, you know?
No, not at all. Jack Burden with another one said, I think a 2-year commitment rule on the transfer portal would be helpful, but would someone sue the NCAA for that rule? So we kind of somewhat have this, like there's no rule or law around it, but you know, collectives, front offices, and college football are starting to put buyouts in these contracts. Some are 25%, 50%. That's what most power fours are doing, around 50. But most of the G5s are doing around 100%. Now, how enforceable can these buyouts be? We don't know yet, and we won't know until the portal opens in late November, early December. So that's kind of my answer to that question. I think some people are going to bend the knee and will, you know, pay a buyout depending on the price. I think others are going to fight like hell to where that doesn't have to happen. But like, I don't think the NCAA will be able to enforce that players have to spend at least 2 years there, because like there has to be some way they can sue them. Like, let's say if Brennan Marion hits on a high school sleeper in his freshman year, that's Brennan Marion's best receiver. He's a freshman All-American in whatever conference or division Sac State plays in. And everyone in the Power Four is tampering with him, trying to get him to go in the portal, but he can't because the rule is a 2-year commitment. So he has to come back to G5, or not even G5, whatever Sac State plays in, after going for like 1,400 receiving yards as a freshman. He has to come back as a sophomore. There's no way they can enforce that, especially because all the kid or his agent have to do, say at Sac State, I can only make up to this much money. At Georgia, Texas, Auburn, all these schools that are tampering, they're offering me $1.5 million a year. What do we, you know, like there has to be some way he can sue on that. So I don't know if they'll ever be able to enforce that. Maybe, you know, the NCAA gets witty and creates a portal window that's open only, you know, every other year, once every 2 years. That would be fascinating. But I mean, then you can just unenroll from in school and enroll in another school like Jake Ratzlaff did or Xavier Lucas did from Wisconsin, Miami. Like there's, it truly is the Wild West. But I do want to talk about some other things. We're going to fly through these other questions real quick. David Keith Williams said, with name, image, likeness funding being so significant in decision-making right now, what percentage of recruits do you think focus primarily on money rather than being developed winning education? So it is so hard to put that into a percentage. I do think for most kids, it's, you know, they whittle a top 20 to a top 10 to a top 5 to a top 3. Once they get to a top 3, that player is probably comfortable going to all 3 schools. They can see themselves doing it, see themselves being successful at that. So from that point, if there's 3 places they like equally or could see themselves at, then it starts to, you know, let's get the money up. Because you're going to look at those schools differently, even if you like them all evenly. If one's offering you $1 million and the third one's offering you $400K and the second one's $600, you're most likely going to choose the $1 million one, especially if, you know, you're cool with all 3 of them. So I think that is the best way to look at it. I think that's how a lot of it gets solved. You know, like Kendall Gerville. Florida was always going to offer more money than Texas was. They had a greater need, and they actually needed to get him. It was kind of like where Justice Terry was with Texas last year, or Sharma, Byron Charles. Texas was not going to be outbid for those guys, and neither was Florida for Kendall Gerville. He probably viewed Texas and Florida pretty evenly as far as development, being able to play in NIL. And it's okay if I'm cool with both these places going to either. I'm going to choose the one that offers more money, and that was Florida. So I do think that's the way it usually comes down. But I mean, everyone handles it differently. I know plenty of kids that have gone purely to the highest bidder, and that's all they wanted. I know several others that took like the fourth, most amount of money to go somewhere else because that's where they want it to be. It's very nuanced, and also like it depends too. Cade Klubnik from Westlake never had any conversations about NIL. Why? His family has money, and that's fine. That's fine. It made his recruitment very straightforward, and he ended up at Clemson. But that's not the same for a kid who comes from, nothing, and he's the first one in his family to go to college. They're very different situations and priorities for both those families, and that's just how it goes. But that's kind of how I think it happens, Colin. I don't know if you have anything else there. Like, very rarely do kids actually care about education unless, like, their dad was a doctor or something. And also, winning is cool. Kids want to be at a winning program, but, like, the picking a place to win a national championship is like priority number 5 at most for these guys. So that's what I think about it. I don't know if you have any, other.
I would just quickly say, I was talking about this with someone the other day. I don't know how many players you can get in a room and talk about paying them without them liking you. I really think it's as simple as that. Yes, there's the money conversations, but you got to at least have them like you or have interest in you before you can have those money convos. And I think from there, like, I obviously don't want to downplay the fact that there are guys taking the highest bid. Something that I was going to bring up too, one of the chatter pieces or the buzz pieces coming out of the symposium right now is like Texas Tech might be getting ready to go on another little run here. And so that's been on the monitor, but I think Texas Tech does a great job relationally. Like, I think that staff's just really good at what they do top to bottom. And I think that in general, whether you're talking about a Tech or a Texas or an Ohio State, a Tennessee, Oklahoma, and A&M, it doesn't really matter. Like, these schools have money, and to varying degrees, they're going to be willing to pay said player. But at what point does the player want to accept a contract or a lump sum of money from a program that he actually believes in?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how you feel really quickly on this, but it's like, I also always believe that the whole thing we used to talk about where it's like, don't commit to a coach, commit to a program. Like, these kids have never committed to the heart and soul of they're committing to guys and people that they believe in. And I think that plays a role in the payment process as well.
Yeah, and especially when it's a kid who's been to like 3 different high schools in 4 years, like all that committing to a program, committing to a coach is out the window. He's committing to the bag and the opportunity to play. That's what that is, But anyways, keep it moving. David Keith Williams was another one. He said, what is your view of Isaiah Williams? He's basically listed as a top 100 recruit, but he literally committed to 5 different programs in the past 5 months. So Isaiah Williams is, like you said, top 100 prospect. Out of Florida, he's at Tavares, Florida, and is a linebacker. He's currently committed to Ole Miss. He has also been committed to Louisville, Syracuse, Florida, and Florida State in the past. 5th commitment, like you said, and is actually a really good player. Super athletic, has a very high ceiling. Needs to get developed. And I've heard Texas is a fan and likes him, but they haven't really put anything on paper to show that. They haven't hosted him for a visit. I believe they've gone out to see him during evaluation periods, but nothing really past that. However, when I do check around, to see what the word is of this recruitment, apparently he wasn't chasing money commitments because there are commit now bags. Apparently that's not what the problem was with him having so many commitments. It was because he's just a teenager who, kept changing his mind, which isn't really a good sign. It almost looks better if he was getting paid to flip all those, and he was not. So that part's interesting. However, going to pour some cold water on Texas' chances. He tore his ACL, or what is likely an ACL tear. I think they're still trying to figure that out. But it's very likely to miss his senior season. That being said, I do not expect Texas to flip him. With everything I just said, the kind of red flags there, along with him coming off a knee injury, that's very rare there will be someone Texas, goes after. But Yeah, Sticky said, seems like the Rice transfer is going to start at Ohio State at left tackle. Any info on this guy? See a good player. Is Colin Simmons going to eat him alive? He's a good player. His name is Ethan Onyanwa. He probably would have been a day 3 pick in the NFL last year, but, he went in the portal, and I assume he was making about what a day 3 pick would get to be Ohio State's, bookend left tackle. Look, it's Colin Simmons going to eat him alive. I don't want to say that. I expect him to have success. I mean, he's a really good player, obviously, Simmons is, but Onyanwa is too. So, right now I do think Texas will win for several reasons. So that being said, hey, we'll give Colin the advantage going into that one. David Keith Williams again said that view makes me feel better about the recruiting process. I did not follow the Brandon Baker recruitment much, but I recently heard in a podcast that basically his sole focus was on money when he committed to Texas. Well, not going to disagree with you on that one. They beat out Ohio State, Nebraska, and Oregon for Brandon Baker. And no, USC wasn't really in it for him. But hey, that's, a lot of 5-star offensive tackles. That's how they do it. That's how Ty Haywood ended up in Michigan. That's how David Sanders ended up at Tennessee. Like, they're going to take, the most money when it's offered to them. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm sure Baker, in the examples I explained, felt comfortable going to Oregon, Nebraska, Texas, or Ohio State. It's who's going to push it over the top and get this thing done. And that was Texas. You go back to the 2024 class, they needed an offensive tackle. They missed on several guys. I do think, looking back retroactively, you can very easily say they should have picked someone else, considering Brandon Baker can only play right tackle or guard and was always only going to be able to play right tackle or guard since he only played right tackle at Modern Day. So, yeah. But, hey, I think he's locked in with Texas just because, they offer the most money. That doesn't mean that he's a bad person or went about his process the bad way. This is a guy who's already married and his junior year of college hasn't even actually started. So, I don't know. I think he has a good head on his shoulders and, went about things the right way, regardless if Texas paid him the most or not. Anyways, we're going to transition here. Coach's poll came out. Colin, I don't know if you've seen this, but the Texas Longhorns are number 1 in the preseason coaching poll for the first time in program history, as surprising as it sounds. Texas got the most first-place votes, 28. Ohio State had 20. Penn State had 14. Georgia had 3. Clemson had 2. And no one else got first-place votes besides Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, and Clemson. Some interesting teams on here. Colin, I'll give the floor to you. Who is the most surprising where you're like, whoa, they're that high? And is there anyone surprising to you where you're like, whoa, they're that low?
I think kind of up towards the top for me, I would probably say Notre Dame. I think that Clemson, I believe in Clemson going into the year. I think Oregon has a chance to be really solid, just the quarterback layer as well as Alabama there. But I think that's kind of why I look at Notre Dame, right? The questions at quarterback going into the year. Last night, actually, Kirk Herbstreit was number 1. He did say, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble, but he hinted that maybe the 2 at the top might see College Game Day towards the beginning of the year. But he also mentioned that he is very high on Notre Dame because he believes in like a CJ Carr. And then Josh Pate immediately, which I gave him a lot of credit for, was like, is he even a guarantee to start, though? And it's, for me, kind of the epitome of Notre Dame going into the year. Like, they have a ton of talent. They had a good season last year. But to be up there with Georgia and Clemson and Penn State, who I think is going to be salty this year, and then obviously the top 2, Notre Dame for me is kind of where my eyes go. Like, the Irish are either going to deliver on this expectation, or I guess the floor there for me could be a serious question mark.
Yeah. Arizona State, I feel like, is a little higher than I expected them to be. Like, I know Sam Levitt comes back, Jordan Tyson comes back, but they did lose Cam Scatteraboo, who was a Heisman finalist, who powered them to several wins. And I don't know. I thought that one was interesting. It's also interesting the point differential between 9 LSU and 10 Miami. It almost, because like realistically, Colin, the national champion is likely one of the teams ranked 1 through 9. Anyone else past this? Is there anyone else you even feel remotely good about?
Yeah,
but
I think
the Sooners were basically ranked 26th.
Yeah, the first time in 25 years they were unranked in the coaches poll, which, I mean, again, it's a testament to the stakes entering the season. I think Oklahoma, it's very interesting because, like, okay, some people are picking Oklahoma to win the league. Some people are picking them to go win 5 games. I don't really know where you stand on that spectrum. I don't know where I stand on that spectrum. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I mean, it's a preseason ranking. There's not much else to say other than the fact that the coaches poll is pretty much telling you what the landscape is very well aware of. Brent's got to go win against a really difficult schedule this year. Some people feel that back end of the slate is as difficult a schedule as been seen in a while. And I think that Florida, in a similar boat, those two are kind of in a similar situation. And yet Florida, because of what was seen last year towards the back end, gets the ranking, and Oklahoma does not. It's interesting, man. It's, again, a reiteration of the stakes this year. And obviously the end result is pretty clearly defined, if you know what I mean, reflective of this poll.
Yeah, I thought some of these teams getting votes are like, man, who is voting for these guys? Like, how is Arkansas? Which 14 people thought Arkansas deserved to be a top 25 team? Or Colorado, or Duke, or UNLV. Florida, like, what are we doing? Buffalo got a vote. Buffalo.
So. Yeah, Buffalo is shocking. Shout out Army getting some votes. Yeah, I love that.
But, anyways, real quick, want to talk about the injury that broke yesterday. In case you missed it, Texas right tackle Andre Kojo was going to be out for the year. Tore his ACL. Happened on Saturday, I'm told, and I assume it just broke yesterday because the MRI or whatever confirmed that that's what the injury was, and then he'd be out for the year. Not great. Going into fall camp, there was a battle at right tackle, Kojo and Brandon Baker, who we were talking about earlier. Brandon Baker was the favorite to win the job pre-injury. He definitely is now post-injury. But it is not good. Like, Texas has a very big problem at offensive tackle in terms of depth. The left tackle starter, Trevor Gooseby, he's great. The right tackle starter is Brandon Baker, who has never started a football game in college. And there is a reason that the staff was very clear to the media that is a competition. Yes, I think Brandon Baker kind of already had the job, but it kind of tells you something if Kyle Flood is going on record with the media and essentially trying to light a fire under his ass by saying, no, it's a competition, like that means something. So Brandon Baker's the right tackle starter. Gooseby's the left tackle starter. Over the last week, even before the injury, Jaden Chapman was left tackle number 2. Left tackle number 3 was Nick Brooks. Right tackle number 3 behind Kojo and Baker was also Nick Brooks. Now it's going to be Jordan Coleman. And Nick Brooks becomes right tackle 2 and left tackle 3. Jordan Coleman's right tackle 3. Jordan Coleman just got there in June. So it is not good. The depth is not good. Jaden Chapman hasn't really played in a live game with bullets outside of special teams. And when he did, it was not at left tackle. So, like, the season could be in jeopardy very quickly in one play if Gooseby or Brandon Baker were to go down, because you're either playing a true freshman or someone who has never played a significant snap in 2 years of being on the team. Now they're in year 3. So, man, the I don't know what they got to do. If it's bubble wrap and Trevor Gooseby for the rest of the month until Ohio State are doing it with Brandon Baker, they need to make sure they're healthy. You're playing Kenyatta Jackson week 1 and an SEC schedule not too long after where they're NFL players at the edge rushing position. So, it's a good thing. Arch Manning, he's more mobile, more durable than Quinn Ewers ever was. But, I mean, it's certainly – it's without doubt the biggest concern for me going into the season.
Yeah.
And you hate that for Andre Kojo too. That happening year 3, his first year getting to, really compete for a job. So we'll see. Also, one thing I wanted to bring up before I finished on the tackle kind of situation. Texas feels like Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson can both play starting snaps at center. Obviously, only one can be on the field at a time. But Cole Hudson's incredibly versatile, can play either guard spot, can play center. And there are some that think that he could actually play tackle if enough injuries were to happen, which would be interesting because then you would make Connor Robertson the starting center and Hudson could be the left or right guy. So a lot of questions I have and kind of wait and see mode with that tackle group going into the year. But that's by far and away my biggest concern when it comes to position groups. I think their strength for Texas is the edge room or the safeties room. But I wanted to ask you, Colin, going into the year, what is the Oklahoma position group you are most and least concerned about, I should say, or highest on, lowest on?
Yeah. I'll start off real quick, kind of to what you were talking about. First of all, I hate it for Kojo. He was a great kid. He is a great kid. It was a pleasure to cover. Got to know his mom over the course of the recruiting process. Good family. And he's one of those rare kids that truly committed to the rare developmental process, right? And the guy had been putting in the work, following a timeline that not many follow. And so to see that for a guy like him, it stinks. But, we were out at THSCA coaching school, a couple of weeks ago, and Stark was open and saying, I want to say the last week or two of fall camp, he said that they were going to start game prep for Ohio State because of the way the schedule plays out. And so it's like, man, you never want to entice or encourage cautiousness in camp, but I'd be putting Gooseby and Baker on a pitch count, to be honest with you, at least up until that game prep begins in the back end of camp. And so I think that's a big storyline, man, is now like, does a pitch count come to fruition? Are they going to protect those tackles? Because I think it's important.
They have to.
And I agree with you. I think that they absolutely have to, especially because, it may be different if you were playing a little bit of a cupcake in week 1. Maybe you can get creative, but, you're playing Ohio State, man.
In Columbus.
That defensive line. Yeah, that defensive line is going to be – they're going to have their hair on fire. To the Oklahoma question, the position that I'm probably least concerned about right now is like defensive tackle. A lot of people feel as though that defensive line, especially that defensive tackle group, could be the best in the SEC. And they're just really good, man. They're really good. I think that defensive tackle group's special, and I don't think that anyone has a remote question about their ability.
Jaden Jackson and Dominic Williams are the starters.
So it will be some blend of, it's probably going to be Dominic Williams at nose because he's best suited to play nose. So they play an even front, 4 down typically, but they'll play like a shade 1 at nose and then your traditional 3. And Dominic's usually the 1. And then it will be like Jaden Jackson who plays the 3, but now they're trying to get guys like Grayson Holden a little bit more run and David Stone, who might be playing some nose as well. So it's that kind of core 4 that's going to be interchanging. But I would tell you probably your most likely duo is, again, Jaden Jackson and Dominic Williams going into the year. Most concerned, I mean, tight end is probably your answer, even though that's not like a buzzy answer, but it's like, dude, you know, we still know nothing about this tight end group. You could probably say, though, if you wanted more of like an interesting answer, corner, because Eli Bowen has been hurt. He's been out for a while.
What did he do?
Got dinged up in the spring, has a leg injury. And he's been sitting out. And then, you know, Gentry Williams, really talented corner, just has never been able to stay on the field. That guy is always going to be a question mark from an injury perspective. And then, you know, outside of those two, it's a lot of unproven guys. And they chose not to land a corner in the portal. And I think cornerback for me is kind of in a similar vein to what you're talking about with Texas and offensive line. It's like there are bodies there, right? There's clear talent, but it's at the top. And the moment that something happens to like one of the two at the top, you know, you're really starting to ask yourself how comfortable you are with the guys coming off the bench. And so, you know, they have young corners that they're excited about. Devin Jordan is a Tulsa Union kid who's going to be – he has a chance to be pretty solid. Jeremiah Newcomb's from Arizona. Jacoby Johnson is from Mustang. But, like, Jacoby had to play wide receiver at one point. He had to switch in season to wide receiver because they had lost so many bodies there. And then when he moved back to corner, it did not go well. So the easy answer is tight end, but I would say the more interesting answer for me would probably be corner, especially with the Eli Bowen stuff as the backdrop.
Yeah, and shit, man, like corner is not a good position group to be concerned about. OU has LSU, Barry Brown, Nick Anderson trying to get a revenge game. Aaron Anderson. They have one other receiver. I'm blanking on his name. He's a freak, has like freaky testing times, and will be a draft pick in April. And then you have Bama, who has the 17-year-old. Well, he's now 18. Ryan Williams, Jalen Hale coming back. They still got some other dudes there. You got to play Auburn, who is Cam Coleman in year 2, and Eric Singleton, some other NFL receivers, as well as Texas, who is Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and Mosley. So, man, I didn't know the corner situation was like that. I'm curious to see it, which kind of leads me into my next question. I know we got to go here, and we will here in a few minutes, but who are the freshmen that have exceeded expectations already? Can you give me two? And by exceeding expectations, two I can think of for Texas are Grayson Littleton. Now, we have him ranked, I think, in the 70s or 60s as a prospect. So clearly was, you know, a day 2 projection, but like he might start by the end of the year at nickel, or at least he's going to rotate it and play a ton. That was not expected. Another player that I think has definitely exceeded expectations is Amari Winston. You know, bit of a tweener, like F-back tight end prospect that I will say I poured a ton of cold water on over the last year, but he's reshaped his body. He looks better than he's ever looked, and like he has a certain skill set that other guys in that tight end room don't have. Now, I still think he's a 3-star because I don't think he'll be drafted at 6'1.5" and 240 pounds. But he is a much better player than I think pretty much anyone at Texas expected whenever he enrolled in January. So my two are Amari Winston, Grayson Littleton, who from the OU 2025 class is exceeding expectations.
I think you start with, and I tell you about this guy all the time, Elijah Thomas from Chakotah, Oklahoma. Go look at some of the clips that are coming out. Everything that he has done since he has arrived on campus has reiterated the fact that, like, if this guy didn't live in Chakotah, Oklahoma, he would have been a household name in the recruiting sphere. There's no doubt in my mind. I told you this story, but it's a fun story to tell. There was a high-level Power 4 program with a lot of money that was trying desperately, not even just to try and flip him, but to get him to answer the phone. And Elijah Thomas is the kind of like blue-collar, small-town Oklahoma kid that the moment he would get any phone call from that staff, he would immediately hit the decline button. He refused to talk to anybody outside of Oklahoma. They're in the Southeast.
All right, Colin, real quick. There's nothing wrong with the school trying to bag another kid. Both of the programs we cover do it all the time.
Well, no, I don't know I don't know if that staff or that they want that out there, that they were trying and they just couldn't get through, like out of respect to them. But Elijah Thomas, man, like he's a freak. Like he's a freak. He was one of the best summer workout guys. Dude already now in fall camp, and it's going to be hard to keep him off the field. And then Ryan Foje, man. They legitimately believe that, and he's working a lot at guard right now. There's some buzz that he could find his way into some early playing time this year. Like he's been that good. And there are people who feel like in the next 3 to 4 years, you shouldn't be surprised if, and again, this is down the line, but like there are people who believe in 3 or 4 years, you shouldn't be shocked if Foje becomes like an All-American caliber player or all-conference player at guard. And like Jordan, you got to know Ryan a little bit. Like he's a really good kid. He's very low key, down to the earth, and the work that he's put in has already put him in a really solid spot as a freshman. So
awesome. All right, we're already a few minutes late, so we're gonna just go through these questions super quick. Jose said, Jordan, do you think Jordan Washington will be on the field as much this season? Does Sark trust him enough yet? Yeah, he'll definitely be on the field more than he was last year. We'll see. Right now, or at least from what we saw, the two media availabilities last week, Jack Injuries and Spencer Shannon. Those are the two tight ends on the field during 22 personnel. Shannon is a better blocker than Jordan Washington, but Washington is, much more of a receiving threat. So I don't know. I do think when there's only one tight end on the field, it's Injuries. Maybe, that's Washington, or he's at least his backup in that situation. But Washington is going to play this year. I'll say that. He will get a snap or snaps in pretty much every game. I can expect that. One for you, David Keith Williams said, didn't Gentry Williams run close to a 47-second 400-meter as a high school freshman? I think if he focused solely on track, he could have been a world-class sprinter.
Yeah. Texas fans, by the way, I'm a huge Jack Injuries guy. Very high on him. You guys should be really excited about him at tight end. Gentry Williams that's part of the reason why he was so highly ranked coming out of high school. His track background was thoroughly impressive. And I just hate it for him. He's had to deal with a lot of adversity in his career. A lot of untapped potential there.
Yep. PJ Adebawore or something, right? That's who he's asking about.
PJ Adebawore. So the quick backstory, he's obviously struggled with putting on weight in the past. He was very raw coming out of high school, but he's also dealt with some nagging injuries, ankle, stuff like that kind of held him back a little bit, especially a player who's still trying to put it all together. But he is looking pretty solid. I don't know that he's the starter right now. Maybe in a week or two, go through fall camp, but they feel like he's finally in a space where he can, deal with less stuff and focus more on his game. And if that's the case, then you might be able to finally see the ceiling that PJ Adebawore has.
Yeah, sorry. Last one, Colin, you got to silence the haters. Derek Venata said, honest question. Why do people think John Mateer will just come into the SEC and dominate? This isn't Washington State.
Yeah, I don't know that dominate is everyone's shoe-in guarantee. I just think a lot of people see a player who, when you watch the tape, is genuinely an impactful player through the air and on the ground. I think that they see a player who has a high level of awareness. He's far from perfect. Let me make that clear. And I think that it's safe to assume maybe a learning curve or two is going to be coming along the way. And Jake Bayless just, put this in the chat, the quarterback situation can't get any worse. That being said, I do think that Mateer, he can only get better, especially with Ben Arbuckle, his offensive coordinator, coming in, the continuity that they have and the trust that they have in each other. I think that there's a lot of talk, Jordan, honestly, about like John Mateer into the SEC. John Mateer on a roster of like non-Washington State football players is also a conversation we need to have.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I go ahead.
I was saying, I think too, like one thing people need to remember in case they forgot or they didn't know, because I know I forgot until he reminded me on the way to state 7-on-7 at the end of June. He has 2 years left. Like he can come back to Oklahoma in 2026, which changes a lot of things. It provides a gap year. It would get Bo Bentley a year to redshirt, and then he's the next guy. It makes things much more like seamless. So I think that's something to look out for because I had totally forgot about that and thought it was a one and done deal, and it could not be. So we'll see. Real quick, I know we got to go. We're holding the Wags back, who's helping produce in the back end, but how about this? Tom Lloyd just tweeted it from the convention. A Georgia staffer asked a Texas staffer in front of everyone during conversations with the general manager, you guys landed 2 top players from the state of Georgia. What could we have done better? Obviously, all in good fun. So that means someone from the Georgia staff asked Brandon Harris what they could have done better. But yeah. Anyways, we got to get out of here. Colin, I appreciate you answering all the questions on Oklahoma, talking the symposium. Appreciate it a ton, especially on such a late notice. Up next, the Voice of College Football talks about the loss of Andre Kojo and some of the other big storylines from Texas fall camp. Will and I will be back on the show at 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. You can catch us. And then Chip and Zay, they'll be back at 2 p.m. Talking all things Texas fall camp. So we'll see you. Appreciate you tuning in, and peace.